prices of product would also speak to prices of other commodities, and this is already manifesting, and I would think this is the economic revolution that this country needs. I told you there is no subsidy whatsoever. We are recovering our full cost.
I haven't said so. I said, when I read the judgment, I'll know what next step to take. We have the right, so we can decide what's taken up on us. I don't. The Spirit of the Lord directed.
And we thank the government for being able to see this prosecution through. And we also thank the police for their cooperation.
We are the legal counsels and representatives of the Rahim family. I am from the Honorable Chambers of Mr. Femi Falana. And I have to say that today, justice has been delivered. The incident of the 25th of December 2022 would always, because it altered a lot of lives. The life of the deceased, the life of her husband, the life of her daughter, and the life of several other people that love her. However, justice has been served. Within a period of 10 months, the Honorable Justice Harrison has been able to deliver a judgment and has been able to ensure that justice has been brought to the forefront, because the accused now has been given a sentence and he has been committed to death by hanging. We believe that this is a step to pushing the effect on the family members, but at the end of the day, justice has been ensured, and every person knows that if committed crime, there is a consequential result, which is the punishment towards that crime. Thank you. What's the level of satisfaction of the family? For the family, they know that their loved one cannot be brought back, but they also know that the person that ensured that she was killed, unfortunately, is behind us, and ultimately, the punishment delivered by the court will be given to them. So for them, they are satisfied with that. So I can say.
George has done exactly what she has been sworn in to do, which is the responsibility to deliver justice in good time. Justice delayed, we know it's justice denied. And in this case, justice has not been delayed, justice has not been denied, justice has been done. We're also calling on the Ministry of Justice to consider the Gafaro's case, which is also
they are written opinions, what you might call, submit our written addresses, so that by the 20th of November, they will be formally adopted. So we're having the adoption of written addresses on the 20th of November. We've been here now for
almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years, In fact, 21st, the second anniversary of the unfortunate death of the boy, it's 21st of 30th of November, almost 2 years, So, but the coroner has assured us that he will give his verdict before the end of the year.
Okay, so let me run you through some of the things that you heard this morning on the show. You just listened to Femi Falana speak of the coroner's inquest on Oromoyi. Oromoyi is the young man that was in some days to come. And then before that, you heard the case of the Christmas Day killing, 2022 Christmas Day killing, the lawyer and real estate agent, Bolanle Rahim, that was gunned down by a police officer. Now I can say no longer alleged because he's been found guilty and sentenced to death by hanging. Okay, sentenced to death by hanging. The case prosecuted by the Lagos State government. So you actually heard the counsel for Vandy Bramby, I think it's Bramby or so, Vandy Bramby, the police officer now. You heard his counsel that talked about he was led by the Spirit of God to defend the convicted police officer. I said, of course, he still has the right of appeal. There's still that right of appeal, but he's been sentenced to death by hanging at the High Court in Lagos. The case prosecuted by Lagos State government. So you first heard the counsel for the convicted police officer. You heard the counsel for Lagos State government. You heard the legal counsel for the Rahim family, and then you heard the MBA in Lagos. They all spoke on the case of the late Bolanle Rahim, was shot dead by a police officer who has now been convicted for that crime, to be hanged till he dies. Is it to be hung? Hang? Okay, they will hang him till he dies. It's English, so is he hanged? Oh, so I was correct after all. Till he dies. So that is for that. And then we go up. We get all of the miraculous statements coming from Mele Kyari. He tells us that subsidy is gone. They're not paying subsidy. I guess miraculously, God is saving us. God is just saving us that price of petrol remains where it is. All right, as the government claims that they're not paying subsidy. Meanwhile, the issues in the southeast, in the Middle East, between Israel and Palestine and Hamas in particular, price is shooting, is hitting the roof. Well, pump price is still where it is, so let's leave it there. And then it gives us a belief, a tale, takes us a bit of a merry-go-round as to why subsidy must go and every other thing that he mentioned. And then he says he believes that we'll be a net exporter of crude oil, net exporter of petrol, not crude oil, petrol in 2024, because then we would have harnessed the entire byproducts and everything before we export. I'm like, yay! Do you have faith? Because we do need faith in our country. So take a listen to this one. And then when we come back, we look at the planes, what they have for us, and a few other things. But just to also let you know, there have been sightings of U.S. warship, is described as aircraft carrier. Pentagon is giving us an update. A Pentagon official says deployment of USS Gerald R. Ford, the aircraft carrier and fighter jets, is intended to act as a deterrent to Iran and Hezbollah. That's related to the crisis in Israel. We heard that shots have been fired from Lebanon into Israel by Hezbollah for some days now, but the Israeli authorities are not paying a lot of attention to that. At least my channels, I haven't seen reports from Israel pop up in reaction to that for now. And also, so another breaking story that Hamas is calling for a true stock. A true stock. Anyway, let's wait and see. So let's take it to that exchange between FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and the ambassador to the EU, the ambassador for the EU to Nigeria. Beyond the political conversation, she talked about a bit of what they intend to do, and then the former governor gave a reaction, the minister gave a reaction to it. I found that part of the conversation equally interesting. So I was able to take parts of it, so you also listen to it. So take a listen.
I sincerely do not agree with the European Union on their stand on the past election in Nigeria. I sincerely take exceptions of their stand because, you see, we thought there's no need for you to interfere in Nigeria, rather to observe and make recommendation. And the interference came when the electoral tribunal was going on. It's not that we thought that, you would have even, in fact, I'm surprised that they said, I asked, how many of you, which is totally not correct? Because if you saw, there was a law, and you always run away from these facts. You see, our law cannot be a replica of the same thing with your own laws. Mm-hmm. Every law is based on the environment and the people. And remember, look, if you want to have the public campaigns, you want to go to schools. If you destroy certain things in the school, who will replace it? Government will replace it. And therefore, you pay a certain deposit so that if there's any destruction, government will use that fund to repair. And you do not look at that area. All the judge that they do not allow question to campaign, which is not correct. I just want to put that because that was, as a sitting governor, we were trying to indict me of not having, not allowing to have a free democratic process. That is not correct at all. But I felt I should be relevant.
That was the report. It was not my report. It was not the report of the European Union, but was the report of the European Union Election Observation Mission. That was an independent observation mission deployed by the European Union at the request of the Nigerian government. So I cannot comment on it because these on their findings, because it's not really. But let me tell you that actually the purpose of that mission, as of many other missions, the European Union now just deployed an observation mission in Liberia, deployed an observation mission in Sierra Leone, deployed an observation mission, because actually the European Union is maybe the main organization in the world. And the objective is really to assess the process against international agreements, international treaties, signed and ratified by Nigeria, but also against Nigerian law. In no way the purpose is to say whether the elections are legitimate or not, because that's not the purpose. And the purpose, as you said, is actually to analyze the process and offer recommendations. And this is what actually the mission did. They offered, if I'm not mistaken, it's 26 recommendations.
That's the part of the report that I know best, for a very simple reason, because now I have the task, together with my team, to work with our Nigerian partners to see to what extent we can provide the technical assistance, expertise, to address those issues on which I think we can all agree. Can I mention one of this that is very close to my heart? Okay. Women participations in politics, for example, or other, let's say, issues. We have a very good cooperation with INEC. We never stopped cooperating with INEC. And we already have an agreement with Professor Yakubu to continue our cooperation, also on the basis of the recommendation provided not only by the European observers, but by all observers. And this is something that the European Union has been doing since 1999. And I'm personally convinced that those recommendations, together with the recommendations of other observer missions, have helped strengthen Nigerian democracy. And from our side, we know how important Nigeria is, and how important Nigerian democracy is, the largest democracy in Africa, especially against the current backdrop, not the backdrop of the current situation in West Africa. So we know that Nigeria in that is an important model, and we want to continue working together. As you said and I said, Nigeria has a great potential in terms of diversification of its economy, and agriculture is a key sector in that regard. So that's why we are working through our cooperation programs to try to help develop and support some key value chains. Maybe we are not doing this in the FCT. We are working mostly in the north, in the northwest, and in some of the surrounding of the neighbor states of Nigeria, for example, Jos. We are working a lot towards energy transition through renewables. We are supporting, I think it's 10 or 12 states in developing mini-grids system.
What I've always wondered is, one, take for example, the NFCT. Now, if member country A, who is very good in agriculture, and then comes to FCT, we want to partner with FCT, and they said, how do we partner? And the FCT said, look, we have large land, we're able to, as part of our own equity, we are willing to give such land out, and then you are ready to take one or two cultural areas, you know. And not just doing that, but also let's have a chain that in terms of processing. I think, for example, you talk about Jos. If you go to Jos, like very arable land, very good weather, and then just can produce a lot of fruits, like orange or mango or apple or case maybe. Now, you've not been able to say, Plateau State, can we partner with you and having a large-scale farm where we're going to set up all these fruits at the same time in processing, so that we'll reduce our foreign exchange of importing fruit juice, importing all kind of things. That will also create employment, and then that will also reduce our foreign exchange the demand. These are the kind of things I would like. It's not just merely something that will not have so much impact. Well, you know, we can give you $2 million. It's good, but of what effect, impact can it create?
So I'm just really wondering. My thought is around how much of that investment, the pool that the EU ambassador talked about, was able to attract to Rivers State, for one, because we do have those potentials. And as the current minister of the FCT, as well as the current governor of Rivers State, are they both thinking of how they can attract some of those opportunities that the EU is speaking of going on in other states apart from Rivers State? Can they attract those opportunities to Rivers State? These are some of the things that the prime position can help do for your people in terms of benefit. Just thinking aloud. And by the way, when Melekari spoke earlier, he also talked about the fact that NNPC, they've gone back to their prime position of the sole importer of PMS in the country. They generate forex. They are the forex. So the NNPC gets forex at 770 naira to $1. Meanwhile, marketers would have to go to the black market because the banks cannot meet their needs for forex. Go to the black market and they have to get it higher than 800, 900. Now it's higher than 1,000 naira to $1. And then we say we're deregulating so that we can create a platform for all the players to come in and play, and the competition will bring about effective price reduction. you believe some of these things. Well, good for you. I'm just looking at a tweet now from Scales. He put out this statement on X. Scales is a musician, by the way, for those that are not aware. So EFCC pulled up to my house with 3 men with guns and some with sticks and hammers, etc. They broke my back door while I was sleeping on the bed with my 6-month-old daughter. Imagine I had a panic attack because of my health issues. Is this not a crime? Well, I haven't seen a statement in reaction to this from the EFCC, so we'll wait for them to say something to either confirm or deny. But for now, let's look at what the prints have for us. It's 20 minutes past the hour of 8. We'll have quite a lot. A guest will join us from 10. We'll look at the International Girl Child Day, which is set for tomorrow. All right, so that will form part of our conversation for Real Talk today. So from 10, we'll talk to the guest for about 30 minutes or so, and then we'll continue our gist. Between now and 8:30, hopefully, a lot of stories. I'll try my best. We'll look at the prints, what the prints have for us. We'll race through some of the stories you've heard. We'll roll over when we get to those points. And then from 8:30 till 9, members of the panel would have a thing or two to say about some of the stories. That should take us till 9 a.m., the news update. After the news update, we'll pay some bills. We'll continue on till 10. We'll continue on with opinion poll till 10 a.m., the news update, pay some bills, and then the guest. After the guest, we'll continue. Now, from 10, we'll start taking your messages. Text, traditional SMS portal, WhatsApp, 0701-9339-962. Again, 0701-9339-962. And then social media, Today95.1 FM. We'll do messages from 10, then 11 plus we'll open the phone lines so we can have you speak to us this morning. Kelly Kemejima is my name. It's the newspaper review segment on today's Quest, Today 95.1 FM. So let's go to the prints now. Today is World Mental Health Day. World Mental Health Day. Overall objective of the World Mental Health Day is to raise awareness of mental health issues around the world and to mobilize efforts in support of mental health. The day provides an opportunity for all stakeholders working on mental health issues to talk about their work and what more needs to be done to make mental health care a reality for people all over the world. The theme for today is mental health, a universal human right. Mental health, a universal human right. I feel like in Nigeria, if they were to really do an analysis of the true state of our mental health, the result will leave a lot of us frightened. Okay, Daily Post claims that federal government has returned subsidy on fuel baseless. Melekari. I say we're living in grace days where God is supernaturally taking care of us. Whatever is happening in the international market, it's not happening here. And yet they tell us that the international market players or factors are in charge of pump price. Well, Melekari, you listen to him, so let's roll over and take some more stories this morning. I'm still around. Yakubu Gowon dispels death rumor. Former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, has denied rumors making the rounds that he died on Monday. Daily Post reports that the death rumor is currently trending on all social media platforms, but his personal media aide, Adeyeye Ajayi, says in a statement on Monday night that the former military leader is not dead. According to Ajayi, Gowon says, "I am still around and well. I am not in a hurry." All right. Omobolanle Rahim, court sentences police officer to death for killing lawyer. Justice Ibironke Harrison of a Lagos High Court has sentenced police officer Darambi Vandi to death by hanging for shooting Lagos-based lawyer Mrs. Omobolanle Rahim to death last Christmas. The prosecution team led by Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice, Lagos State, called 11 witnesses, including 8 police officers. The other prosecution witnesses include 2 eyewitnesses and a pathologist. Well, may I so rest in peace. She has since been buried. We know there's still a right of appeal, so this may not happen anytime soon. He still has a right to appeal. And even if conviction goes all the way, a governor, for instance, the governor of Lagos State, will still have to sign that they hang him till he dies. So we have to wait. CSU, I'm ashamed of lawyers. This public nonsense must stop. Abakuba speaking this morning. Former chairman of the Nigeria Bar Association, NBA, Olisa Abakoba, senior advocate of Nigeria, says he is ashamed to see lawyers on national television arguing the merits or demerits of President Bola Tinubu's Chicago State University matter. The senior lawyer expressed displeasure with what he describes as the cacophony of discordant voices on Tinubu and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar surrounding the controversy over the CSU records. Abakoba warns that armchair lawyers are heating up Nigeria dangerously. Let me just read a part of that statement. I call out all media that tolerate this nonsense of adjudicating the CSU matter on TV and newspapers. I urge the president of the Nigerian Bar Association to call out lawyers that breach rules of ethics by turning the media into a court of law. Can we please stop heating up our country? Let us allow the Supreme Court of Nigeria to make a judicial pronouncement which is binding on us all. The public nonsense must stop. All right? 99,985 students left Nigeria for studies abroad in 5 years. The Minister for Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, says statistics indicate that no fewer than 99,985 Nigerian students left the country to enroll in universities in the United Kingdom between 2017 and 2022. The minister disclosed this at the ongoing ceremony of the 2023 University of Lagos International Week on Monday in Lagos. A theme for the International Week, breaking the borders of partnership. It says every year over 100 Nigerian students benefit from the scholarship of postgraduate and PhD degrees. I speak with students personally. We have hundreds of professionals and entrepreneurs leaving our shores to break new grounds across the lands. And on our part, we must ensure that we play our part in the actualization of their dreams. They carry our identity, one which not only aids their pursuit but also defines them. According to a higher education statistics agency, reports have shown that about 99,985 Nigerian students left this country to enroll in universities in the United Kingdom between 2017 and 2022. While many may contend that majority of these students have simply jackpot for other reasons, we cannot also deny the fact that the larger chunk of these students have left with the purest intent to seek further knowledge for self-advancement. All right, let's move on. INEC expresses concern over insecurity ahead of Kogi, Imo, Bayelsa polls. We hear this every time we have election. Every state we have election, there's always a concern from INEC. INEC has expressed that the Independent National Electoral Commission concern over the rising cases of insecurity ahead of the November 11 governorship election billed to take place in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi State. In a statement by the INEC National Commission and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Sam Olumekun, he appeals to political parties and their candidates to avoid actions and utterances capable of heating up the polity. Says the Commission is concerned about the spate of insecurity and violence, including clashes among supporters of political parties and candidates in the forthcoming elections. The Commission appeals to all political parties and candidates to avoid utterances and acts that may heat up the polity, adding that it will continue to closely monitor the situation and sustain its engagement with security agencies and stakeholders to ensure peaceful conduct of elections in the three states. And then a very funny story. Police nab suspected serial killer in Niger State. Niger State Police Command has apprehended Usman Yahaya Mohammed from Kimboku Kudu village in Mokwa local government area for allegedly killing a motorcycle rider in the area. Now, the state's public relations officer, Wasiu Abiodun, confirms the arrest during a parade of suspects in Minna, stating that the suspect was arrested for culpable homicide. Abiodun explained that after killing his victim, the suspect abandoned the body and fled with the motorcycle from the scene. In an interview, Mohammed confessed to the crime, revealing that he boarded the victim's motorcycle heading for a village. However, before reaching the destination, he killed the motorcyclist. When asked about the motive behind the murder, he simply stated, "I cannot say why I killed him. Something made me to do it. After I finished killing him, I went and reported myself to our vigilante leader in my area, who then reported the incident to the police, leading to my arrest. When asked if he wished to face a similar fate as to what he had inflicted on the victim, he said, "No. I don't want to die the way I killed. I want to live." The suspect also mentioned that while his wedding was around the corner Friday, he had committed similar crimes. In fact, he called them eight in the past. Vanguard, FGOK's engagement of retired doctors, nurses, others, and on contract basis. Federal government has given the nod for engagement of retired health workers, especially or mostly medical doctors, nurses, and other clinical healthcare workers on contract basis. The government, in a circular to this effect, said salaries of the retired health personnel re-engaged would be same amount they were collecting before their retirement. The Ministry of Health, in a circular dated October 5, 2023, and directed to the chief executive agencies, chief medical directors, and heads of regulatory bodies and schools, urged them to ensure compliance with an earlier circular issued by the head of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation to all staff in their institutions. In the circular signed by the Permanent Secretary, Service Policies and Strategies Office, Olufemi, for the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, reads in part, I am directed to refer to the above-mentioned memorandum presented at the 44th National Council on Establishment held from the 5th to the 9th of December 2022 in Yola, Adamawa State, requesting a review of the current retirement age of medical, dental consultants and other health professionals from 60 to 70 and 75 respectively. Details of this story you can find on our social media page. So let's slide over now. Daily Trust has some more stories. First, shame is overrated when you're in power. This is an editorial. We'll look at it. Let me just roll over. We'll come back to this. It's quite a piece, I must say. But let's roll over. New Empire will create 5 million jobs, says federal government. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Idu, says the federal government has set a target of 5 million jobs for youth in 5 years through the Empire scheme. She says the plan is to create a million jobs each year as a way of revamping the suspended Empire program. According to her, the government is reviewing the program to restore confidence in it. She also went on to add that the suspension was as a result of some irregularities observed within the scheme, noting that an investigation has been launched into how funds were expended since the beginning of the program. All right, let's move on. Details you can find there to read for yourself. Stop announcing plans without idea of how to implement them. Financial Times tells Tinubu, stop announcing plans without idea of how to implement them. Financial Times tells Tinubu, one of our conversation for opinion poll, they were very direct. This book can be very direct. Godfatherism has crept into university system. ASU president speaking, chairman of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke, says the problem of Godfatherism has entered the university system. Speaking in Abuja during an event to mark 60 years anniversary of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities on Monday, Osodeke says universities should be run like they were during the 60s and the 70s when there were little or where there were little or no interference from government officials. He said, we must take our universities to the versatility of universities, not to region universities. The ASU chairman explains that the university first-generation lecturers were those with first-class and second-class upper who sought to be lecturers even when they had opportunity to be in banks. Okay. Sliding over. Airport toll gates can generate 500 million naira monthly, and yet the road in the airport cannot be fixed. A former general manager of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Alhaji Abubakar Bibi, yesterday said toll gates alone, as one of the revenue-generating streams of the authority, can generate twice more than the projected 250 million naira monthly. He spoke in response to a recent statement by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Keamu, who confirmed that toll gates at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, generates 100 million naira monthly. Keamu, however, set a target of 250 million naira as part of optimizing the revenue generation of FAN, saying VIPs will now be made to pay for toll gates. Bibi, a one-time airport manager for Ilorin International Airport, Sokoto, Gombe, and Makodi airports before he retired in 2018, in a chat with Daily Trust, states that 100 million naira declared by Keamu was downplayed, saying that the toll gates as far as 2011 was generating over 80 million naira monthly. So if you have more traffic, it's natural that more revenues can be generated. Premium Times, Tinubu swells media team as Nigerian economy bites harder. Premium Times, it's another conversation for opinion poll. Hopefully we can touch all of this now. I'm racing. I have to race. And then Tinubu's son abuses public assets, flies presidential jet to watch polo. How else do you describe presidential privilege, for heaven's sake? Wiki accuses EU of interfering in Nigeria's internal affairs. You listen to that exchange between the FCT minister and the EU ambassador. Nigeria to become net exporter of petrol, NNPCL. I guess we just have to have faith after all. You heard the group CEO, Mele Kyari, speak on this particular story, yeah? And then Tribune, passports will be delivered to homes, offices, and others. The federal government on Monday disclosed that Nigerians who apply for passports will have it delivered to their homes or offices or other places of choice from next year. According to the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tuji-Ojo, while speaking at the opening ceremony of the 2023 University of Lagos International Week held in Lagos, went on to state that his ministry has started the automation of the process with a timeline, adding that Nigerians will soon begin to experience the sweetness of the passport application. He says, we have commenced the automation of our end-to-end passport application process, and we have given a timeline from which Nigerians will begin to experience the sweet experience he mentioned at the event. I'm looking forward to this. It will be a good thing. He mentioned some other things. He also said in this regard, we're working on strengthening our visa on arrival policy. We're working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enforce the principle of the doctrine of reciprocity. And a committee has been set up in the ministry to achieve this. It says the integrity of travel documents would be restored via harmonization of data, including that of the BVN, NIN, SIM card registration, among others. It says identity is who we are, and what we live for. But today, what we have is the duplication of our registration. Okay, and then the Punch, 4 consortia to fix dilapidated pipelines. NNPCL speaking in a post on X. And slain lawyer, Lagos MBA welcomes death sentence for killer police officer. That's the Rahim Bolanle. Those are the stories for today. Let's introduce members of the panel so we can dig in. First, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our own in-house analyst, joins us this morning. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Comrade Ruben Isu Jr., our public affairs analyst, chairman, NDNAF, Rivers State Chapter, and a voice for Ngene Kingdom. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Morning, Kelly.
Good to see you.
It's always good for me to see you.
Fantastic. We have Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner and public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. Morning to you, Doctor. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Kelly.
And Amy Faiga, political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
I greet you, Kelly, and I greet everybody out there.
Okay, so let's go to that piece from Daily Trust. Oh, I read it and I couldn't believe what I was reading. I said, let me see if members of the panel will find it interesting to talk about. Anyone interested in Mele Kyari's later rabble rouse?
No.
This is open now. Anyone interested in Mele Kyari's? Everybody's just looking away.
Just few words. See, Kelly, you can just put in a few words there.
I'm listening.
Yeah. I think what Mele Kyari said is achievable.
Which of them? The net exporter of petrol?
Yes.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yes, it's achievable. But the problem is, will there be political will to do that?
It's all right.
With the politics of the black gold allows Nigeria to produce petroleum and export. If we bring this thing back, if actually we mean well for this country, if actually the political elites wants to develop Nigeria, create job for the people, and ensure that the standard of living improves in this country, we will have states coming together, building refineries or modular refineries, while the federal government will concentrate in revitalizing the 4 moribund refineries.
All right.
So if we have this done, we can actually export.
So for you, it comes down to the political will?
Yes, it's the political will.
Okay.
Which, of course, is the cross. The political way doesn't exist.
I thought nobody wanted to say anything.
Just leave that.
And that is why it's not possible. That is why it's not possible.
Some states are doing something now.
It's
we can have people now, other governors, imitating Obaseki.
When I went to our studio this morning, we were going to do that. So, when I had this Mele Kyari, I just do you remember how many times promises have been made of what NNPC will do in this country?
Well, you also mentioned one that he doesn't want to boss, that they're even tired of making those promises. The refineries will work.
So he realized now.
Okay. Before him, Barau, everyone of, I don't know, a nation that deceives things, mocks itself and thinks it's mocking others. He said, that's what we are. We're mocking ourselves, we think we're mocking others. We are somebody is a position he is in an NPC. He's proud of the situation of an NPC, and he thinks he's mocking, deceiving Nigerians. So what do you talk as such a person? It's difficult to help a man who is naked and says the rest of the world is naked.
How about his views about we generate the forex? We have access to forex at 770 naira. They don't have that access.
Kelly, move forward.
Should I?
Yes. That discussion is very monotonous, even before the
move forward.
Very,
Stop
very,
checking
very
the table. Move forward.
Okay. It's not discussion worthy.
It's not discussion worthy. I think we've talked about it. We've flogged different sides of it. So let's just move on. So this editorial from Daily Trust. Shame is overrated when you're in power. It's quite long, so let me try my best. If you're a Nigerian and has ever been rightfully accused, prosecuted and persecuted for something wrong that you did, we are sorry. Please forgive us. Life is changing, so are Nigeria's rule of engagement. That which was once the subject of shame is now more or less a garland of honor, depending on the proximity to power at the center. Time and space will not permit us to go into details of this social evolution. Suffice to say that they range from words changing classification to alternating meanings to include premeditated criminalities and the rest. In the political spectrum of Nigeria, shame is overrated. The concept of right or wrong is going into extinction like Esperanto. On these pages, we had discussions on the miraculous life story of our beloved president, Bola Ahmed, in quote, Adekunle Tinubu. His political trajectory is well chronicled and appreciated by his many supporters. The curriculum vitae he presents to the general public qualifies him as an enigma wrapped in a conundrum. This is why nobody in their political rockers should question your president's personal details. He's not obliged to share them with the rest of the Joneses, having presented it to chieftains of the Alliance for Democracy AD to be made Lagos State governor. When he infused it into the chemical components of all the All Progressives Congress, he got a seal of approval that earned him the presidential slot. By the calculation of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC votes, he won the presidency of Africa's most populous nation, making him the standard by which other Nigerians are measured as long as he is addressed as the president. Lately, our president failed to convince our American judge to keep his personal records classified from his political arch-rival, Atiku Abubakar. The presiding judge was so unimpressed with the request that he cautioned Tinubu to stay clear of his court henceforth. In reality, our president is not afraid of his shadows. Those things would follow us wherever there is light and disappear in the darkness, defying any court orders to do otherwise. Our president is uncomfortable revealing his personal details to Atiku, his arch-rival, described by his enemies as a sore loser, wielding magnifying glasses in search of evidence of Tinubu's possible genetic modification to stave off the guilt of a sore loss. Atiku, a man of faith, forgets that God works in mysterious ways and that a man born with male features could turn out to be either male nor female. In the world where gender acronyms are evolving, only Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is able to keep tab. Atiku's lawyers would like us to believe that Bola Ahmed Tinubu that attended the Chicago State University is female, while the one who graduated is male. Is the conundrum of hitting a delete button and using a white-out flute to fix errors? Tinubu's friends say these things don't matter. They deposed that the current occupant of Aso Rock was a senator, a two-time Lagos State governor, super political godfather, and now president of Nigeria, elected on the slogan of renewed hope. As husband, he is blessed with children to prove his masculinity, while his current wife is a ranking former senator, being Pastor Oluremi Tinubu. Tinubu's friends say this is all that matters. Atiku, or the lack of one to suit your imagination, and there goes all the explanation needed to defend Tinubu's redesigning of his American college diploma, according to this piece. An American court officially even explained to the rest of the world that forging certificates is a Nigerian thing. Now, if you're Dr. Oluyinka Olutoyin, the famous Nigerian-born and educated American surgeon that made headlines for a pioneer invasive surgery on an unborn baby, This generalization could make you drop a scrapple. But politics is not surgery, and nobody should lose sleep just because the president of Nigeria is accused of forgery. These things have no bearing on the ability of a Nigerian president to pursue Operation Renew Hope. If you were on the list of the 43 Nigeria-trained nurses under scrutiny for certificate forgery in America, you must be afraid. In America, nurses are prevented from inventing certificates. Nursing pedigree, unlike Nigerian politics, cannot be politically transfused. President Tinubu has not injected a life-saving infusion into Nigeria's debilitating file that they're actually knowledgeable about their proposed course of study. Their clearance examiners need to be experts or qualified examiners, just ID cards as HM agents. In addition to breaking SAT records, prospective education migrants would do well to update their records to the ever-changing resume of their president. Having the knowledge of the exact date, time, and circumstances leading to the addition of Adekunle to Tinubu's Wikipedia profile will be added advantage. Nobody should attribute these ridiculous discriminations to Tinubu's blissful travails. They are mere coincidental repercussions that could be obliterated with a presidential visit to the Buckingham Palace. After all, it worked when King Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the UAE paid a visit. If anybody is worried that they might be subject to the 80s era of being strip searched at global points of entry, they should be comforted because President Tinubu is building a new Nigeria, one that shows its full potential in mercurial exchange rates, the resurgence of insecurity and wanton disrespect to lives and property, among others. Nobody in their Tinubu senses should forget to blame Atiku Abubakar for bringing the image of Nigeria into disrepute with this persistent litigation aimed at air-drying Tinubu's dirty linens in public. Was in Aso Rock for 8 years as Obasanjo's deputy, and Tinubu supporters would like to ask what he forgot in Aso Rock that he wants so desperately to retrieve. Observers should count 2 birth dates, adding, attending a school before it was established as exclusive miracles granted to Tinubu. If Atiku had left Tinubu to his well-earned and politically protected secrets, Nigeria could have been spared this global shame, ridicule, and odium to which his persistence has subjected the country and its citizens. That is what Tinubu supporters would want us to stick to, and who are we not to listen to them? As IBB once said, Tinubu is not just in government, he is in power, and shame is overrated when you are in power.
Of Nigerians won't understand what they were doing, and so the confusion goes on. This is a country where all manner of proverbs are used. In short, China said we use it as oil to eat spam, to eat yam, but we're people who don't seem to even understand anything that the proverbs say, and that's why, like I said, I think I said it here last week, that the thing that will make the Asian commit suicide and make the Caucasian resign from office is the thing that we say, is that the only thing? So shame is not there. Shame. What Tinubu did is because that is what we do. We're in a nation where, look, people will sit down. Well, they're looking for...
When you say what Tinubu did?
Or what? Yes. I mean, this.
What allegedly?
No, it's not. No.
What he said, I just want to understand.
What Tinubu did. What Tinubu did. It has gone beyond mere allegation now. The CSU have said he was our student. Thank God.
Okay.
CSU have said
he was awarded a degree.
He was awarded a degree. But this paper, which he gave to INEC, maybe our own, to use Coco to Ruben. I mean, nobody will deny that I spent from 1982 to 86 with Rivers State University. They won't deny that. But the problem is that the certificate format of RSU for first degree in 1986 is not the same with that of Uniport. My other brother was coming out of Uniport at the same time. It's not the same. So if I say go and bring Uniport format, I said, this is UST, RSU, as we used to, the Rivers State University, as we used to know you then. They will say, no, we know you are a student. We have your matriculation number. But this certificate is not the one we issued. That's the issue. But that's what he did now. So it's too late for you to say, alleged. It's what he did. This morning I was listening to Dele Momodu. The man said, I got the certificate from Government College, Lagos, which in 1970, but the college wasn't there until 1974. On Sunday, I was in my alma mater, Ascension High School, Element, and we went to a project we did for the school to hand over. Now, as I went to that school, I was a day student because I spent only class 4 and 5 there. The school knows me and I knew the school, you understand? But if I now go and bring something, a certificate that is different from what testimony and different from what Ascension used to give, if the principal or anybody who was in that time will say, look, this one is not the one we used to give. Or if I said I graduated from that school in 1964, when the school was not funded then, for instance, it's not going to give a problem. But you see, like I said, what he did, let me come back to what I was saying. What he did is unfortunately what most of us are doing. What is hailed in this country now, if you want to be appointed, you know what the qualification is? Can he be used? If he can't be used, they say don't bring him in. So an international community is also at that level though.
Would that include the likes of Fela Durote, who was just appointed yesterday?
Yes, now. Sorry. You see, somebody once said that Asorok, they have to investigate what is happening at Asorok Gate. I don't know what is the Ruben. once you go past there, you change. People that don't know, I thought about it as you're coming there and you're reading about it. With Fela, for all he's been saying, you didn't know when he was brought in. He was brought in at a time when there is need to use everybody's credibility to make a government without credibility to seem to have credibility. So he can't do anything but to say, look, Your Excellency, you are the right motivation for the youth of this country. Your Excellency, youths of Nigeria, I'm motivating them to be like you. And that's a dangerous situation.
Do you think this piece is bloated?
You see,
exaggeration of what may be facts.
There is one thing that is about me. I learned it somewhere and I try to make it part of my life, and that is what I believe in.
Okay.
I don't look at issue on the surface. I look at issue beyond the surface.
That's a good quality.
And another thing I do, I try to query issues before I take position. I don't try to please people. I always try to stand on the thing that is right. This is me. One thing I have come to discover about the Nigeria state is that we have people who are quick to hear, but they don't pay details they don't pay attention to details. We are easily moved by emotions, and that has been the experience in our everyday life. The piece that you read, first, there are several things the person wrote, which I was just nodding my head. I said, I pity Nigeria.
Right.
Honestly, I pity Nigeria. He said it is a Nigerian thing, maybe to forge certificate.
And if according to what the registrar was
if you go to that page where the registrar made that statement, Caleb made that statement, he didn't refer to forgery of certificate. Yes, go back and read. It didn't refer to forgery of certificate.
So what was he referring to?
He was talking about signing a document that was made. So, and he said it might be a Nigerian thing to always seals every document.
Okay.
That was what he referred to. Okay. It wasn't about forging certificate. But Nigerians have twisted it, as we usually do, and say it's a Nigerian thing to forge certificate, as somebody will come on national paper and also saying it. I'm ashamed, honestly. That is one. 2, other things he raised, other issues he raised here, I have continually to ask, and I will still ask, which page actually said CSU disown the replacement affidavit Tinubu submitted to INEC?
Okay.
Which page? Everybody are talking, we are making reference to page 41 of the condensed deposition made by Caleb. And in that place, the man didn't disown anything Tinubu submitted. What he simply said is this, that we have not seen what Tinubu submitted to INEC, right? We cannot authenticate it. That is the simple language I put it.
Okay, that's what you've said.
That is what he said. Go and read it.
No,
he refused to. They asked him.
One moment. That's what you saw. Right.
That is what is page 41 of the this. I'm quoting it. I go with fact.
My question is straightforward. I don't know why sometimes I ask a simple, straightforward question, and it's almost like I'm trying to trick you. My question is straightforward. My question is straightforward. Is that what you saw?
That is what I saw. That's what I heard.
That's just what I want to know.
Yes.
Fine.
The man said they can't.
You made that point.
I'm still
For
talking.
the sake of time.
Yes.
We need to move.
The man said I can't authenticate what Tinubu submitted to INEC because we've not seen the document, and it is very abnormal for anybody to authenticate something that is a subject of litigation without you seeing it first.
Okay.
It's very bad. That is that. Then we are talking. I want to bring us to one very important, very important matter,
which is
that have to do with the issue of government college in Lagos or whatever.
No. See, we're not investigating this.
We are not investigating. I want to show an incident that's happened. It's very important. People hear it.
You mentioned two already.
It's very important about this one.
We're not probing this matter.
That has to do with
Can you listen?
Yeah.
The matter is already in court.
Yes.
Abi, we're talking about this piece.
Yes.
We've spent days talking about CSC.
But there are certain points that we've not talked about. Adeleke versus Rahim.
No. We must not address everything on every show. There are different things.
But people have been misinformed.
No. We've been talking about this thing for days. So if we decide not to talk about it today,
let him pay and take 1 hour of information. That's what information is about. For this one here, I want to continue the show.
Let's move on. So your summary is this piece is a disgrace.
It's a disgrace. The piece is a disgrace, honestly. It's an embarrassment because the person didn't even talk about what he understands.
Okay.
He makes spurious allegations.
Is that not an editorial?
Editorial about the
Right. That's all the humans there in the editorial board.
Nobody.
They don't have brain.
Not every human that don't have brain.
He has the right to his opinion.
Kelly, from the inception, we started x-raying the fact towards this very issue. I told you that no matter the outcome, it will never be satisfactory to one party. And it's similarly the case when the judiciary gives a pronouncement, whatever judgment, those who are not happy with the outcome, you know how they normally act. And for those who the judgment favors and their supporters is the last hope of the common man. That was my position towards this very issue. I said, no matter how glaring, no matter how transparent the process towards this will be, those who are of the other side will feel like the editorial, like the whatever you no see. It's high time. I come to realize one thing in our country, Nigeria, that we have. I usually use this word that an elderly man will look at a young man after advising him for years, long period, to toe the right path of life and have chosen the other way. It gets to a point, the old elderly man says, it's a journey the young man have taken that there will be no return. And you know such a journey has its consequences. That's the extent criminality, crime, and the ills of life has eaten deep into our bone marrow in Nigeria, that today, if you choose to do the right thing, those who have been in tune with the wrong thing looks at you like the one doing the wrong thing. That's the extent it has gotten to. That today you get into a firm and you choose to do the right thing, that documents should be kept here, salary should be paid here, things should be done as ordinarily is supposed to be done. Those who are used to the wrong ways of doing it rather looks at you. Have you not seen the case where comedians say a madman looks at you and says, you are mad, oh. Whereas the madman is the one man. That's the case of Nigeria. There is nothing you will do this moment concerning this very issue that you will have. Some time ago I posted, you can't please everyone. Even as sweet as ice cream, even as sweet as yogurt and whatever, it doesn't please everybody. Someone says, if you want to please everybody, go sell ice cream. But even at that, those who are suffering diabetes will not be happy with what you're doing.
You agree with the piece, or you think it's a disgrace?
I totally agree with the.
Are there merits in it for you?
Of course. And if you look at it, it's not towards one person. If you read that thing, it's a holistic thing concerning the image and the character of Nigerians.
All right.
It's not about one person.
Okay, so we have to go for the news update. When we come back, we'll continue. But before we come back, we have bills to pay after the news. All right, so give us about 20 minutes or so. We'll be back, then we'll continue. Stay with us.
you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikembenjima. The federal government says it will soon issue an order compelling airline operators to start paying compensation to passengers for delayed or cancelled flights not attributed to natural occurrences. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, said this during a meeting with airline operators in Abuja. However, Keyamo urged the airline operators to build stable communication channels that enable passengers to get cancellation notices. The federal government has revealed plans to start home delivery of passports at homes, offices, and other places of choice to Nigerians beginning next year. This was revealed by the Minister of Interior Olubunmi Otunji Ojo in Lagos while speaking at the opening ceremony of the 2023 University of Lagos International Week. According to him, Nigerians will soon begin to experience the sweetness of the passport application as the ministry has started the automation of the process. Similarly, the minister said the integrity of travel documents would be restored through data harmonization. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has slammed the European Union over its report on the 2023 Nigerian presidential election. Wike said the report failed to give the true position of the last election held in the country, but created a wrong impression in the minds of the electorate, especially in Rivers State. Wike expressed his dissatisfaction when EU Ambassador to Nigeria, Samuela Isopi, paid him a working visit in his office. The minister said the EU was supposed to serve as an observer during the last election and not to present a report that would not give the true picture of Nigerian democracy. European Union Election Observation Mission, through Chief Observer Barry Andres, had in June presented its final report on the last Nigerian general election and highlighted 6 priority areas with recommendations. Wike, however, said Nigerian laws cannot be same as those of the European Union because they have different environments. On the foreign scene, at least 29 persons, including children, have been killed in an artillery strike on a camp for displaced people in Myanmar. The camp is located close to a military camp in Kachin Independence Army, an insurgent group fighting the country's ruling military junta. A spokesman for the KIA told newsmen that all the victims were civilians. Myanmar has been embroiled in conflict since 2021. Military coup displaced the country's government. The exiled National Unity Government has blamed the junta for the attack on the camp, describing it as a war crime and crime against humanity. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikembenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Within they create, party for miles. Within they cause, they let you rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello, welcome to this live transforming business education program on radio, where we have the latest information on the benefits of e-business. Raleigh Academy on Radio is a program with an ultimate goal to equip anyone in search of a genuine opportunity to create a new stream of income or add a new stream or streams of income to their existing income. Now, Raleigh Academy is a reputable organization that offers educational services in online businesses and financial education. In today's episode of the program, we'll be looking at the 3 key factors needed to build wealth in these critical times. And in the studio with me to answer all our questions is an e-trader and an online entrepreneur with Raleigh Academy. He was trained at the London Business School, the London School of Business and Finance, and the London Academy of Trading. He has certification in technical analysis from Cyprus. He has gathered over 12 years of experience in financial trading and technical analysis. He has consistently organized several hours of webinars, workshops, and coachings on trading and financial market analysis. Well, this man is one man I respect when it comes to digital entrepreneurship, Mr. Michael Akinwale. Glad to have you join us today, Mr. Michael.
Thank you very much. Great time to be here, I can tell you that.
Now, we have quite a topic today. The 3 key factors needed to build wealth in these critical times. And I'm sure everyone knows these times are really critical. Let's start by looking at the present economic realities.
Okay, well, you see, the realities of the economy right now is as clear as, night and day. With the removal of fuel subsidy, unification of the exchange rate, it has created an extreme inflation in the country, and I think everybody's really feeling it. Because sometimes when I listen on radio, I see people complain about all these problems. Fine, we have been told that this economic circumstance will actually create a better economy. But right now, I think everybody knows that it's going to get tougher before it actually probably gets easier. But you see, for my global research, I also discovered that the economic problem of Nigeria is not only a Nigeria-African problem alone. It's a global problem right now. There is actually a slow in growth. There is actually significant high inflation, tightening of monetary policies in several countries. So it's not just a Nigerian problem. Everybody's actually being pitched right now globally, and I think people do fasten their seatbelt and find a way out.
Now, the economic indices don't look very good.
Yeah.
What are the 3 key factors to building wealth in these times?
Okay, first one is this. You need to add to your current source of income.
Okay.
At least add between 2 and 3 sources of income to your current income. It's practically becoming a crime to do one thing. And you won't believe that the current data shows that the average millionaire has 7 sources of income. So when you see somebody who is a millionaire, is not doing one thing, which is why even though the economy is looking terrible, rich people actually getting richer, because you will never find a rich man doing one thing. And you won't believe it also, Lekon. As far back as the ancient times, King Solomon wrote it, that you should invest in at least 7 ventures, even in 8. Why? Because you don't know what disaster is coming on the land. For instance, right now, we can't call it a disaster, but we are currently right now in Nigeria like in a disaster. So that means as far back as the ancient times, disasters have been happening. And the only way people are able to get out of it is to make sure they have several sources of income. So the first one is this: get as much source of income as possible. Secondly is the fact that you actually need to move online. Money itself has moved online. If you check the richest people in the world, the biggest companies in the world, you will observe that partially or wholly, all these companies are online. Why? Money has moved online. So as you are thinking of adding to your current source of income, make sure you are thinking of an internet-powered business. And the third key you need to actually get yourself to do better in this current critical time is that you need to try to earn in foreign currency. You see, every time you are in a third world country, or you are in a country in which its economy is not as great as other countries, if you can earn in the currency of those other countries, there is a higher probability you actually be doing better. And I think every Nigerian understands that now. Even with the current exchange rate, if you are earning foreign currency, there's a higher probability you're going to be a way off those who are just earning locally. So number 1, increase your source of income. Number 2, be online. Number 3, earn in foreign currency. If you can achieve these 3 things, I can tell you, you can do very well in these critical times.
That's huge. Interesting. So what are the businesses Nigerians can engage in online that are easy to start and that they can earn foreign currencies from? Because that's important now, Michael.
Absolutely. And there are several businesses Nigerians can do online right now. And for the sake of time, let me just run through a few of them. Number 1 is that you can do what they call YouTube automation. And when we talk of YouTube automation, the same video you're doing on YouTube automation, you can run it on Instagram, you can run it on TikTok, and several social media platforms. Secondly, we are looking at drop shipping, we're looking at online trading, we're looking at affiliate marketing, we are looking at export. Several online businesses you can do, but let me try and break them down one by one. Let's take YouTube automation, for instance. YouTube automation is the concept of creating and managing YouTube channels without having to appear in the videos. This method allows you to earn revenue and ads without needing to be physically present on the channel. All right? So you set this thing up, it runs automatically. It's a business that actually creates a residual source of income for you, so that even when you stop making videos, you are still earning money from the videos you have made before. And I know people who are earning as much as $5,000 from doing this on a monthly basis. Then we have things like drop shipping. Drop shipping is like an advanced form of e-commerce where you do order fulfillment and you can outsource inventory holding to a third party. So you don't actually see the product you are selling. The product is actually with a third party. All you do is just to use technology to run the process, automate it, save you a lot of time, and guess what? You can actually be sleeping and this business is running automatically by itself. So that's drop shipping, you see, and it earns you money in foreign currency. Now let me look at the third one, which is online trading. Online trading is electronic buying and selling of financial instruments in the bid to make a profit. Now when we talk of financial instruments, there are things like currencies, commodities, indices. This is becoming very popular now. It used to be very advanced before, but thank God for softwares, it's making it very easy. Let me use this online trading as a case study just to show you how profit is made in this business online. So let me use gold as a case study. I think everybody knows gold. Gold is the same commodity that is used by women for jewelry and all of that. Now, the same gold you are seeing physically, there's the online form of gold. The same way, for instance, you have money in your bank account. It's not there physically, but when you see an alert, you know that's your money. So the same way now we have gold online, which you can buy and sell. So gold, for instance, moves an average of 150 points daily in its movement. That means the price of gold changes about 150 points every day. So let's assume you're a trader and you're trading at maybe $1 per point movement in that price of gold, which means you can potentially make a profit of between $100 and $150 every day buying and selling gold. Now, if you do that for 22 working days in a month, you can imagine how much profit you're making from gold. And guess what? As you are trading gold, you can be trading oil, silver, corn, coffee. Those are just commodities. You can also be trading indices, trading currencies. And the beauty of this day and age is that even the computer can be doing the buying and selling for you. We now have softwares that you can install that can actually be doing the buying and selling. So even while you are not with your computer, it's working. You now have softwares that when opportunities arise, it will alert you for you to go and take action. All of these things these days has made money making to be a little bit easier. And I can tell you, it's time for everybody to plug into this.
Very huge opportunities, I must say, Michael. So how can a person start these businesses?
Okay, I think it's very simple. Just like everything in life that you don't know about, if you want to start it, it's recommended that you first get knowledge. It's recommended that you first get training. All right? And apart from this training, in this day and age, you also need to get the right softwares and apps that you need to achieve the results you desire in these businesses. And that's where Rally Academy is here. Rally Academy is, like I told you earlier, we're an educational company, and our goal is actually to educate people. And that's why we have a conference we're going to be running this month titled the Rally Multi-Business Advantage Conference. The Rally Multi-Business Advantage Conference. And the core of this conference is to inform, educate people on the opportunities available in these online businesses. And then we're also going to be introducing you to the top softwares that professional traders actually use in getting consistent results in their online trading. We're going to have both manual softwares, semi-automated softwares, fully automated softwares. All of these things we're going to look at this conference. And I can tell you, it's a conference you cannot afford to miss.
Okay, a conference you cannot afford to miss. Learning is crucial. How much does it cost to attend the Rally Multi-Business Advantage Conference? And who can attend it?
Okay, let me start from the bottom. Who can attend it? All right. The truth is, anyone who's interested in generating online business right now, anybody who wants to earn foreign exchange, anyone who needs to add to their current stream of income, you have to be at this conference. You don't need to be a computer guru. As long as you have an Android phone or an iOS phone or a smartphone, be at this conference, and you won't believe it also, it's free of charge. You don't pay anything to attend it. So you can be a businessman, employee, retiree, investor, you can be a student, housewife. Right now, things are not looking very great. You need to actually improve yourself financially. Be at this conference, it's free of charge, and I can tell you, you can never be the same again.
All right, Rally Academy is serving a free conference to Nigerians. Please give us the dates, the venue, and the time of the conference, and how participants can register to attend.
The conference will take place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is going to be taking place is this week, Thursday 12th, and Friday, the 13th of October, 2023. Remember again, this week, Thursday 12th, and Friday, the 13th of October, 2023. On these 2 days, the time will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. From 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 3 hours of very, very life-changing time. And the venue of the event on those 2 days will be at the Rally Academy. The Rally Academy, second floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. The Rally Academy, second floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you, you cannot miss it. It's very important that you register to be at this event so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. And to register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number, then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to register to attend on the first day, which is Thursday, the 12th of October, 2023, send an SMS to the word PH1. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the amount to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again 091 6466 0000. And if you want to register to attend on the second day, which is Friday, the 13th of October 2023, send an SMS to the word PH2. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number 2 to the same phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
What else would participants benefit at this training aside these other things?
Well, it's already power packed, but there are still other things we are going to benefit. And the activities, the first is that all participants at this training, you're going to be going on with an educational DVD. In this DVD, there are videos on trainings on these online businesses. You can keep learning when you get home. All right? So we're going to be giving this DVD to the first 100 people to register to attend this event. So begin to register now to come and pick up your DVD. Secondly is that we are going to be giving out our 123% bonus. This is year 2023. We are giving out about 123% bonus. This bonus is cost to at least 123,000 naira. That's going to be credited to people's trading account. This one is actually for e-trading. It's going to be credited to people's trading account for them to start the business of e-trading at this conference. Thirdly, is that we're going to be giving out free domain and free hosting for those that want to do their automated e-businesses. Are you getting me now? We're going to be giving out free domain and free hosting. So be at this event, pick up your DVD, pick up your bonus, pick up your free domain and hosting, and I can tell you, we can still make this year, 2023, very great.
Can you tell us again the dates, venue, and time of the conference, and how participants can register to attend?
The conference will take place for 2 days, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is going to be taking place is this week, Thursday 12th, and Friday, the 13th of October, 2023. Remember that again, this week, Thursday 12th, and Friday, the 13th of October, 2023. On these 2 days, the time will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. From 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 3 hours of very, very life-changing time. And the venue of the event on those 2 days will be at the Rally Academy. The Rally Academy, second floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. The Rally Academy, second floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you, you cannot miss it. It's very important that you register to be at this event so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. And to register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number, then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to register to attend on the first day, which is Thursday, the 12th of October, 2023, send an SMS to the word PH1. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the amount to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again 091 6466 0000. And if you want to register to attend on the second day, which is Friday, the 13th of October, 2023, send an SMS to the word PH2. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number 2 to the same phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Michael Akinwale. It's been a great time having you in the studio today.
Thank you so much. Beautiful time to be here.
Promise kept. We promised quality financial information, and there you have it. Remember, no one succeeds by accident. It's about taking informed actions to birth the results you desire. So, take action today for your financial future. Bye for now.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, we're back. Today's Quest newspaper review segment on Today 95.1 FM. 20 minutes now past the hour of 9. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Just before we continue our conversation, let me take you to that piece from Premium Times. Tinubu swells media team as Nigerian economy bites harder. Despite the bad state of Nigeria's economy, President Bola Tinubu has appointed more persons to his media team, further bloating the size of the government at a time of clamor for cutting down the cost of governance. The president on Monday appointed 5 more persons to the Presidential Advisory Media Team, bringing the total number of such appointments to at least 11. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President of Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngelale, listed the new appointees as Feladuro Toye, who will serve as Senior Special Assistant to the President on National Values and Social Justice, Frederick Wabufo, Senior Special Assistant on Public Engagement, and Linda Kibe, Senior Special Assistant on Strategic Communications. Aliu Audu was named Special Assistant on Public Affairs, and Francis Abba, Personal Assistant to the President on Special Duties. The statement also says Mrs. Akibe, who was until her appointment Senate correspondent for Channels Television, will also serve as a communications advisor to the President of the ECOWAS Commission. In a blight of insensitivity to the current economic adversities of the country and the hardship the government's removal of fuel subsidy has plunged millions of Nigerians into, an emerging attribute of the administration, the president's son, Sheyi Tinubu, recently flew in a private jet. We'll talk about that. While in July, Mr. Tinubu, who assumed office in May, made 20 new appointments, out of which no fewer than 6 were his media aides, and they went on to list them. And then in September, among the 26 appointments the president made, some were media-related, though the appointees were to serve in the office of the vice president. Well, compare that with what was. President Tinubu may have surpassed his predecessors in making appointments to the presidential media team. And then they cited the case of Buhari's media team, cited that of Goodluck Jonathan, even went as far as late Yar'Adua. So, let's on the state of the economy. With the fresh appointments, President Tinubu may be turning a blind eye to the calls to cut down on the cost of governance. No doubt the swelling number of presidential aides will fritter the nation's economy and its lean resources. Okay, let me stop here. That's the story, really. I need to take the views of Mr. Ndukwe on the piece, the editorial piece. So that we can, because we have quite a lot to talk, and the house is full. I'm not afraid of man, actually.
The truth, Kelly, is that I think the editorial team of any newspaper organization will be made up of the cream of that particular industry.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm speaking out of experience because I've been part of such. You know, when one ideas will be pulled together, it's not one man's idea. Then after marshalling, no matter how your expertise may be, you will marshal out everything, and then you will be told, write out all these things. Once at the drawing stage, everybody will bring out his idea and all that, and the patterns to go with this writing and all that. Then you will go and piece them together. So it will be very difficult to say that the editorial team does not know what they are doing. No. But one thing is that there's one maxim I think is very dear to my heart, that a good wine need no bush, meaning that you do not need to advertise anything that is very important and is known to be important.
Okay.
There are certain things you don't need any periscope or whatever to see the innards before you know that it's important, is up to the point you should be. Now, what the editorial team, or is it which paper?
Daily Trust.
Thank you very much. that paper, what the editorial team has done is simply not focusing on Tinubu. There must be something that created the discussion. If the CSU issue did not erupt, whether it's from Tinubu or not, there won't be issues about this thing we are talking about now. And so Tinubu has now formed the creator, as it were, of this discussion. And this particular team is focusing on the damage this thing has brought on Nigeria as a country. That is just, if you check right from the time we started, I have said even the Supreme Court, I am not saying that the Supreme Court is not the highest court in the land, but whatever comes out of there, because there are rules that guide the activities. If, for instance, anything comes now and you are told that this particular issue of new evidence won't be entertained there, what will you do? You won't hang yourself. You'll accept it there. And maybe explore other ways if there is any other way. If there is no other way, it ends there. But at least it's gone deep into the archive of Nigeria. Look at what Atiku did some time ago. And it was because of Tinubu's issues. But what I said is that Nigeria can never run away from a shadow based on this particular thing. Okay. And that's where what I see the editorial just focused on. That look at what will happen now. And Kelly, if you remember, if you have your ears to the ground, you hear that foreign nations have started checking Nigerians, this and that.
They mentioned it now.
Thank you very much.
It was in the same editorial.
How can we be saying as if we don't know what is going on? Now, if I now want to go to America, they'll start digging here and there. What some other person have brought from you.
If science made it possible, to ask your father.
That is it. It's unfortunate.
Nigeria is part of the reason.
It's just unfortunate. But what I'm only saying is that it is good indeed to see and call it so.
We also have Associate Professor Emmanuel Warner, lecturer at Department of Public Science.
Political Science.
Political Science, my mistake. Political Science, University of Port Harcourt. Morning to you, Prof. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I was wondering if you are creating a new department.
No. It was just
Thank you. It's been a while.
It was a human error.
Oh, nice. That's right.
It's not the CSU type, by the way. So, did you listen to us when I read parts of the piece?
Yeah, the editorial.
Yes, from Daily Trust.
Yes, I did. And I was able to gather from your discussant what you're talking about. And you see,
just to be guided, we're not diving into the substance of the CSU.
Okay.
We just want to speak around what the piece tries to open our eyes to.
Okay, that's about the
implications of the findings so far, the dance in public space, the stone throwing, the public opinions flying all over the place, the real-time implication of whatever damage there may be from this entire thing.
Okay. First, sometimes it appears we forget the fact that we're operating a system that is anchored on democracy, and in every democratic dispensation, it's important that the media play its role, particularly as a mouthpiece of the people, and of course as a watchdog of the activities of government. In other words, the media is there to offer constructive criticisms and of course highlight the ills of society and act as a guide on activities of government. So if the media has done this, it is important for us to understand the fact that they are merely playing their constitutional role in a democratic dispensation. I mean, if the media has not done anything about that, trying to enlighten the people on the implications of what is happening in society, it means that the society probably will be a rudderless one and maybe groping in darkness. So it's important for them to do that. And again, if you also understand the fact that one of the fundamental human rights of citizens of a state or country is the fact that they need to express themselves. There is freedom of expression to the extent that they offer constructive criticisms to government activities, policies, and programs. So I think that we don't need to be talking much about this because is the proper role that the media is supposed to play, trying to actually unravel some of the mysteries, behind government activities or programs and policies. So it's important that they do that.
Okay. Let's go to opinion poll. First story. Stop announcing plans without idea of how to implement them. Financial Times tells Tinubu, I asked on social media, should they stay away, stay out of our business? Why are they always talking about us? London-based Financial Times has advised President Bola Tinubu to stop announcing plans without idea of how to implement them. In a recent editorial, the publication argued that the president's policies should have been well spelled out. It says, although President Tinubu started well by removing fuel subsidy and moving toward a market-driven exchange, events in the past 4 months show that more work has to be done. He should spell out his policies to a skeptical public. He should also refrain from announcing plans, including the restoration of democracy in Niger, without any real idea of how to implement them. That's one. Execution is key. Only 4 months into his presidency, what started out with a bang risks becoming a whimper. Tinubu needs to regain the momentum. In removing a costly fuel subsidy and in shifting toward a market-driven exchange rate, which has sharply weakened a previously overvalued currency, he has gone some way toward persuading investors that he's serious about reform. But 4 months into his presidency, there are signs of things going awry, it says. The editorial notes that the removal of Godwin Emefiele, the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, raised eyebrows over or due to his unconventional nature, giving the impression of political reprisal. The removal of Emefiele, the previous governor, was overdue, but its manner, initially via a charge of firearms possession, was odd and smacked of political revenge. More substantially, the new exchange rate regime has yet to be properly examined. On how the new CBN management can stabilize the financial system, the report says the new CBN leadership will most likely increase the interest rate to curb inflation. Clearly, there's no new idea. Nothing is new. It doesn't seem as though anything is new. It doesn't seem as though there's a plan. It doesn't seem as though we're working on a timeline that we can say these are the deliverables in 2 months, in 3 months, in 4 months. For me, what I hear most of the time is motivational speaking. Oh, we have to endure. Oh, this pain will stop. Oh, endure. Oh, endure. I'm like, okay, for how long? When should we expect actionables? Mr. Ndukwe, do you think piece like this is another editorial from Financial Times?
Yeah.
They just lifted excerpts from it. Should these people just leave us alone so that we can be and focus on the nations where they are hosted?
Clearly, they cannot leave us alone. And of course, we've not even left them alone. That is the issue. See, it starts from us. We've not... See, when we talk about the past election, was it European Union or who that came and then gave us money now to conduct that same election?
INEC says it's not true that they didn't collect money. Maybe they supported in other ways.
Whether they supported in other, I have said it's just like what we are talking about now. Whether there's even if you like Mele Kyari come out and say there's no subsidy. Now I'm asking, what is holding that pump price at that, even with the vagaries of international arena?
Special angels from heaven. Special angels from heaven.
Oh, well, maybe, one thing about anything religious, except it's mentioned in the Bible, the one that is not written there, I won't go there because I won't even know. So I want to believe that the world is a global village now. Whether you like it or not, you must know what is happening in another place. Let us leave them if we want to be alone and see how we can run alone and then see where it will end. But we can't do that, and so they can't leave us. What they have said there, Kelly, don't you remember when I was saying Tinubu has great plan in terms of this removal of subsidy? That is a good plan. However, the way which letter came out himself and said it was not even in the item that he's supposed to have presented that day. I don't know what meant. Is it the euphoria of becoming a president or what?
So he had to seize the moment.
See, that he seized the moment and look at where it has landed us. What this European Financial Times is saying is that the verve with which this particular program came up showcases somebody that is determined to have gone into reforms that would have been very fruitful for Nigeria. But in a few months after that pronouncement, it seems we are whimpering. Now we are withering. So where are we? I don't understand. For me, I am saying, I keep on giving that advice. Please lay down the blueprint before you come and make announcement. There are a lot of things they have even said, which we have not seen any lead on how they are going to achieve it. But that's and that is why I have always told you, anyone at all they mention, you ask me, how is it going to, I say, seeing will be believing.
Okay. Let me find another editorial, this time from international media, and they say the president doesn't seem to have a grip on the things that he's announcing. He's rushing to make announcements without an actionable plan.
Yes, to an extent, we also want to employ President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, at least to refrain or reduce the level of the promises.
Oh, you agree? You think that's happening too?
See, Nigeria have enormous problems. Not problems.
Okay.
We have social problem. We have political problem. We have economic problem. We have even religious problem. All these are problems that are bedeviling the Nigeria state. Right? It is expected that immediately you are given an opportunity to serve in whatever capacity, you roll your sleeves and start working. And let the work speaks for you. And not making rhetorics about what you are about to do, what you are about to do, what you are about to do. The problems are there already. In fact, they are confronting you, making you to sweat seriously wherever you are. Even under AC, you'll be sweating. So I expected you now to be working.
That is the president, not me.
Yeah.
You expected Tinubu to be working.
The president,
not me,
Kelly.
because me, I'm doing my work.
and if on the AC, what is waiting,
I'm putting in the effort the best way I know how to.
To tell the gravity of the problem. However, it is time the Africans and Nigerians discover ourselves. We need to discover ourselves. We are dependent nation. If I want to drive a car, I will not look to Japan or look to US or look to whatever to drive a car to get myself from point A to point B. Sometimes if I want to eat certain food, I will even look at them. If I want to wear a pair of shoes, I will look at them. If I want to watch TV, I will not look at them. Which of the country have the best TV?
And the brands.
So it means you are very dependent on those people, and these people will continue to say things that are not right about you.
But you also agree, I hate to do this, and I'll try to put you back on your line of thought. I hate to do this, but you also agree that, like you said, Africa, Nigeria, we should look inward. Leadership also contributes to this, because if you see what they use, most of the things they use are all foreign.
Kelly, I have said here several times before now that if you are elected or you are appointed in the Nigeria constitutional framework, you have two roles to play. You have the administrative role to play and the managerial role to play. As a manager, you are to champion the cause of the economy, the path through which you want the economy to go, the level of development you want to achieve for your country and for the people. You are to champion that cause. That is leadership, which I agree. Now, let me reveal something here. Don't we have rubber in Nigeria? If you go around Delta, Benin, and all that, you see rubber, right? There is an organization called Association of Natural Rubber Producing Countries. It was established in 1970. Guess what? It's only one small African country that is a member. And the essence of that organization is to promote the interest of that product. Then check the number of countries that produce the rubber tree more. They are Africans. Ivory Coast #1. Then you see Cameroon, you see the rest of it. But these countries are not members of this association. Now you see, these are things that are supposed to make you an independent nation to an extent. There is globalization, but to what extent are you discovering yourself and building a reliable economy for yourself? See Financial Times. These people are conspiring against the African state to a large extent. They always want to look at your policies. If it doesn't favor their interests that will enable them to expand their economic clouds, they come criticizing you. They come demonizing you. That is what they do. But immediately your policies open that room for them to exploit your economy, then you are the best person. So you are the right.
So, but if that's the case, they won't be writing this piece. The way they've written the piece, they suggest that Tinubu started well. He seemed to have
started well by removing fuel subsidy, right?
Unification of the exchange rate.
Unification of the exchange rate,
yes.
Right? That will not enable you to. We're not looking at dollar to measure our naira. That is frustrating our naira and the rest of it, right? Isn't that what they are saying? Now you remove the subsidy. Is your refinery producing?
Okay.
Is your refinery producing? These are the issues. So for me, until we begin to do those things, I tell you, Kelly, write it down. If the African states decide to produce for themselves what they eat, you will see those Western countries will come after them. Africa will become a very bad place that does not encourage business.
All right. Doctor.
Well, Financial Times, what they said is not new. And it's actually what you will say of every leader or most leaders in Nigeria. And it's unfortunate that Tinubu has fallen into that trap. But I'll tell you why I say it's unfortunate he has fallen into that trap. When Tinubu came in 1999, one of the things he did was quite un-Nigerian. He first of all set up a committee involving eggheads, and they studied things. About 6 months, people thought Tinubu was a poor leader. They did study of Lagos, suggested programs, blueprints, and all that. Then Tinubu took off. Appointed people like former Vice President Oshibanjo, who in their different segments transformed, showed a new way of governance. But initially, editorials went on that Tinubu was not going to be better than Olugushe or whatever, or Inola, because Inola was about the worst governor that Lagos had. So, but when Tinubu took off, it showed the effect of planning before pronouncement and execution. But this time, Tinubu has come. The last time Rivers went to visit him, and he said, Wike is not only my minister but my advisor. I fear that Tinubu is taking the Wike pattern of governance. If you know the Wike pattern,
I don't know.
I'm telling you, I'm here to say it. The Wike pattern is that he's commissioning Rumokoro flyover, and he announces that business other one in Origos from tomorrow. 7 billion to Julius Berger. Mobilize immediately.
Are you saying those announcements were spontaneous?
Exactly. I'm
asking.
No, I'm saying so. This is CNJ quote me. You mentioned it already before I started speaking. Dr. CNJ is saying that when Dr. Chief Wike was building flyover, it was always spontaneous. And when you know how he responded? After he said he's going to build 4 flyovers, some of us said so. He said, "Die if you want to die. We'll have cemetery. We'll bury you." So it was spontaneous without consideration of the implication for the economy of Rivers State. We said a good idea, but you need to plan. He will finish and then someone in the House of Assembly come and meet now and ratify what I've done. Yes, sir. Yes, Excellency. Done. So the contract, there was no feasibility study. Now, Wike has gone to Abuja. I was in Abuja when he was sworn in. And it's been the same thing. From the very first day. You know why? And in fairness to him, he's responding to the kind of things that appeal to Nigerians. And that's why I'm bringing this contrasting situation, because Nigerians hit so hard at Tinubu for being so slow. You understand? I'm not the kind of Buhari people that go slow. But I was watching that this person said, we are planning. We are surveying everything before we come in. And when he came in, people were impressed. But this time it's not like that. So I'm not saying, now he has acknowledged Wike as his chief advisor. I'm seeing that Wike trend.
I say that Wike is influencing his government somewhat.
No, definitely not. He says so, and I'm happy to have the Rivers man in place for that government. Wike is in place government, so he says so. So now that he's doing that, but my problem is they should be very careful. Nigeria is much more complex than Rivers State. Rivers is the state, he can do anything. Unfortunately, that's where we are. He can come here and do anything, and the same person who is suffering will say, this man is God sent. This is the state, I said it open before. This is a state where you can cut somebody's mother's head if you are a governor and show him. He said, don't mind that my useless mother. Your Excellency, you can't be wrong. River State, I'm saying it on air. So now that's why if Tinubu takes that pattern, there's a danger. Let's begin to plan before we do things. When you plan and do things, like Emi said, one filling station, one petrol refinery, to produce at least to give Nigerians hope. You can't remove subsidy. When I went to Eleme on Sunday, and I was so embarrassed for Eleme Road that where we to produce they will carry the thing and come out from. You can't. Certain foundations must be laid before you go to the next step of development. Otherwise, it's not only Financial Times is saying that if you check Nigerian editorials in the past few months, I'm sure you see ones like that.
Yeah.
So you don't just make promises when you have not planned anything, and that's what he's doing. So it is not, and this cannot be accused of international conspiracy. I don't like that idea. When the people you went to when you were hungry, they fed you. And then when they tell you that the way you are behaving after eating is not good, you say they are interfering with your affairs. The way you are campaigning, all of you went to Chatham House to present yourself to your masters. And now that their masters are marking you, ticking you off, or saying you didn't do so well, you blame them for interference. No, we sold ourselves out to them. But we need them because the way our leaders are doing without international interventions, it's like we are determined to go backward. So we need the world's attention. That can give some hope.
Comrade Izu.
Kelly, I think I will totally align myself with the thoughts and the views of Dr. CAJ. Excuse me. I am of the school of thought that you don't need to tell me how matured you are. You just need to act them out. I may see you and I don't know how old you are, but there are some certain attributes that comes out immediately, even when you perceive that this person must be a young man, and the person is acting very matured. You don't need to tell the person your age. That is the situation of our country. You don't need to see. I don't believe in you spank the child and the child cried excessively. Now you are begging the child to stop. The child refused to stop. You blame the child, but you forgot that you spanked the child
excessively.
You understand? You see, Nigeria. Just who was speaking? I think is Okechinda, the minority leader. I watched him clearly, House of Reps, on Tuesday last week. He made mention of ordinarily Nigeria is not supposed to be in the situation we find ourselves. Nigerians are not meant to be poor as being tagged today, going by the blessings of God through nature. But we have kept ourselves. Will you blame people for their analysis and the statistics that has kept us as the poverty index of the world? You wouldn't blame them. For me, I always have this opinion: think before you act. But I know that there are some persons who, as a result, I also have this thing to say. Some persons are of PhD, education, they say you have this has skipped my memory now. There is I will remember that much later. If we had chosen the right path of life as a people, over time it will form what people outside will take or have as an opinion of you. So you don't need to tell people what you want to do. Now, I believe sometimes you see some persons who give their opinion on social media, like you see some write-ups. Achieve what is achievable silently and allow your fame to make the pronouncement.
The fruits.
You understand? You come out, you make pronouncement. Tomorrow, my child will be going to Madonna University. I want to be the father that gives my child the best training. Tomorrow, I want to buy a plasma TV. This, you are making this announcement within your compound. Forgetting that people are taking records. It's no longer campaign where you bring out your manifestos and whatever. We have seen situations where the former president, after all he promised when he came into office, he said what he saw before becoming a president is quite different now that he's a president. That is not feasible. That is exactly what I also advise this current administration. Upon that announcement that subsidy has been gone, I was expecting, even till the committee. Let me tell you, Kelly, when I look at what our counterparts in the better climb, let me use that word, let me not use saner climb so that people will not say, you see, they don't commission. I've just seen here on national television, Joe Biden, even within Africa, commission projects. I stand to be corrected. I don't see, we watch international televisions. I don't see where they commission any projects.
Maybe it's not necessary for the international audience.
That's what I'm telling you. You see, when you go to the country, you say, Dubai is this fine. When did they commission that thing to your notice? When did they tell you to our notice that they are building the tallest building? You don't go there and you see it.
You weren't watching when they said it.
No. Kelly,
that's a possibility.
Listen to me. Our brothers, the world has gone global. Our brothers, they are in tune with our commissioning and everything here. How?
Even in Nigeria, there are governors who commission.
They came from Etodia now.
Are you hearing what MFR is saying?
No, but they came from Nigeria to.
You know why I'm
we are
saying
doing better and more impactful projects that nobody's bothering with commission.
I am telling you, you know your honor. You know why you are elected into office. You don't need to.
But are you going to take away the shine from the governors? They need to present the front like they are working very hard.
That is the extent at which we have done this, and today it has kept us where we are. That this kind of piece is coming out. It's as simple as that. Because Ahmed Bola Tinubu and this administration and any other wants to take that shine. And you can they want to take that shine by telling you, I am also by having a media glorification. But at the end, it is not achievable. I believe in a situation whereby, Kelly, have you not gone to, you've seen your friend outside, you sit in the bar, maybe go to the office and go. But on a good day, he invites you for a dinner, lunch or whatever, and you get to his house. Kelly, you find it difficult to sit until he tells you to sit. You know why? The way you saw the person from the outside perspective, when you get in, you maybe you have been overrating him outside, but when you get into his house, you discover that this young man looks very glorified outside, but nothing comes out when you go into his house. Where there are some, they don't tell you.
Okay.
But when you get into their house, Kelly, you see beautiful things, and you just know that you have not even started you yourself.
So we should focus more on the work.
Walk the walk and don't talk the talk.
All right. Professor Wena.
Yes, Kelly, this discussion simply reminded me of the maxim by Ralph Waldo Emerson, and I think it's very critical to what we are discussing now, and I want to quote him. First, he said, to be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you to be something else is the greatest achievement. He also said that, the person you are destined to be is the person you decide to be. Let me take on the first quotation. And I want to believe that Waldo was saying that, not in the negative form, as in not in trying to be a criminal, you insist. But I think it's on the positive side, where you want to do the best thing, but the environment is also compelling you to do the other thing, particularly at the macro level, with regard to the devastating impact of international capitalism, where our economy seems to be perpetually dependent, and it appears our leaders are not doing anything in that regard. Of course, they are comprador bourgeoisie who have, selfishly become a conduit pipe through which our resources are indiscriminately and unfortunately being siphoned to other countries. I'm saying this because if you look at the political system, in a democratic setting, under normal circumstance, a party is supposed to have party manifesto. Those policies and programs that the party want to actually execute, should it be voted into power. And but that means that before a party assumes leadership role, they must have, over a period of time, come together and actually deliberated on the policies and programs, knowing very well the problems plaguing their country and the need to also resolve those problems. This should guide a political party. This should guide the leadership of a party that has been voted into power. I said this because when you talked about plan, and that editorial thing said it's not just about plan, it's about ideas. But I seem to disagree a bit, because if you're talking about plan, you're also talking about ideas. But you cannot divorce ideas from plan. I mean, if you divorce idea from plan, then it's planless. You don't have anything. But I think our problem is
because you're planning based on ideas. Like
exactly. But I think that the problem is that we have these well thought out plans and programs and policies. But the problem is that the implementation. The Bible was saying that when you go and plant something in the field in the day, and when you go back, the enemy will come in the night to devour those things. I don't know whether there's any enemy that is doing that. After well thought out, Kelly, if you look at the programs and policies, I mean from Operation Feed the Nation, Green Revolution, all those beautiful ideas, even at the level of Africa, we had the Ojama Vijijini program, which would have, of course, lifted African countries from dependency status to an independent status. But guess what? What happened? Those programs were dead on arrival. The enemy came when Africans were sleeping, when Nigerians were sleeping, and took them away. So it requires for us to keep vigilant. We need to be constantly become watchdogs.
Okay.
Because I think that part of the problem is that no country can survive when you are always dependent, when you have very unfavorable balance of trade and payment. You cannot. And of course, it is also worsened by the fact that you have faulty distributive mechanism. The moment you have that faulty distributive mechanism, and of course you have the very few who are getting rich over and over again, and the mass of the majority of us who are wallowing in abysmal poverty under the blame, creating that big chasm between the poor and the rich, you are not going to have proper policies. These are very obvious facts. You're not going to have inclusive policies that will bring to bear the interests of the people at heart, because that's what is happening. You may do well to pronounce it so that, we are going to clap for you. Beautiful ideas. But of course, the point is that Karl Marx said, philosophers have interpreted the world, but the point now is to change the world. And it has to be with constant struggle. The hitherto of all societies, the history of all, the history of all class societies is the history of class struggle. We need to be part of this struggle. What are we doing as followers? Because it appears to me that, these are very, very policies and statements of plan that insult our sensibility. Because we keep on hearing this over and over again, but we are still remaining the same, even getting worse.
So you agree with the piece, eh?
Yeah, in a way, yes, I agree.
Because
ideas will normally support plan, but the problem is that of implementation.
So that's the lack of a political will.
Yeah.
All right. So let me introduce the story. We have to go for the news updates. When we return, after our conversation on the Girl Child Day, we'll look at this, and then we'll look at the exchange between FCT minister and the EU ambassador. Tinubu's son abuses public assets. Is it an abuse? Flies presidential jet to watch polo. Isn't it a presidential privilege?
It happened before.
It happened. Buhari's daughter did so.
It's not presidential privilege. Sheyi Tinubu, son of President Bola Tinubu, was on Sunday flown to Kano in a presidential jet to watch the finals of this year's edition of Kano International Polo Tournament. Witnesses say the presidential jet conveying Sheyi Tinubu and his friends landed in Kano around midday on Sunday. He said he was to be received at the airport by some officials of the presidency, Kano State Government, and the Kano Polo Club. It was thereafter chauffeured to the Usman Dandata Polo Ground amidst tight security provided by a gun-wielding detachment of the Nigeria Police Force and the State Security Service. After the final matches of the two-week tournament were played and awards handed to winners, the awaiting presidential jet then transported Sheyi Tinubu and his party back to Abuja, the nation's capital where he currently lives. The president's son attended the event simply to watch a sport he loves. He's a polo enthusiast and is a patron of the STL polo team in Lagos. He was part of the players that represented the club at last year's Lagos polo tournament. His use of the presidential plane for a private event to satisfy his personal passion immediately triggered a firestorm of criticism by some Nigerians on X. But let's go for the break. When we come back, we'll talk about it.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Federal High Court, Abuja, has disqualified the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Timothy Silva, from contesting the November 11 election in Bayelsa State. The ruling was delivered yesterday by Justice Donatus Okorowo. Okorowo ruled that Silva, having been sworn in twice and ruled for 5 years as governor of the state, would breach the 1999 constitution as amended if allowed to contest again. The judge stated that Silva was not qualified to run in the forthcoming November election because he would have spent more than 8 years in office as governor of the state if he wins and is sworn in. While citing the case of Marwa and Iyako at the Supreme Court, Okorowo maintained that the drafters of the Constitution stated that nobody should be voted for as governor more than 2 times, and that the parties to the suit agreed that Silva was voted into office twice. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria has called for a salary benchmark for oil and gas workers in the country. The national president of the union, Festus Osifo, made the suggestion at the second edition of the Pinkerton Energy and Labour Summit yesterday in Abuja. Osifo said that the call became necessary due to the recent policy direction by the federal government, which included the petrol subsidy removal and floating of the naira-dollar exchange rate. He made reference to Angola, saying its legislation pegged workers' salaries in dollars and paid them their currency equivalent. Katsina State Police Command says it has in the last 4 months rescued 171 kidnapped victims and killed 5 suspected kidnappers in the state. The command spokesman, ASP Abubakar Sadiq, told newsmen at the headquarters that 1,005 suspects were also arrested in connection with 853 reported cases, while 395 cases are undergoing prosecution in various competent courts of law in the state. According to Sadiq, the command carried out the operations between June 1 and September 30 as part of its effort to curb the menace of banditry, kidnapping, armed robbery, and other forms of crime and criminality in the state. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Joe Biden has been interviewed as part of a probe into his handling of classified documents after he left the vice presidency in 2017. Officials say Biden met voluntarily with special counsel Robert Hur at the White House over 2 days. Hur was appointed after a separate investigation was launched into secret documents found at Donald Trump's home. Biden has not been charged with any crime, and it is not unusual for presidents to be interviewed by investigators. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
We go begin reduce important things to buy for this house. First, cable subscription from premium to standard.
Aye.
3 crowns milk from...
Not touch our 3 crowns milk. Oh.
Why?
Mama don't to sacrifice for us. And 3 crowns milk. They help Mama J can't pay so that she go continue to help our family.
Aww.
Our mama dem be the treasure wey we no fit measure. So show your mama say she's special with low cholesterol 3 Crowns milk.
3 Crowns milk. Healthy moms, happy families.
I'll smile, I know what it takes to fool it.
Hey, don't delay. Learn how to trade and seize the day. With skills you'll gain, you're on your way to financial success come what may. Here at Heifa Trading Academy, we are thrilled to announce our upcoming seminar with BD Swiss, where you can learn how to trade and copy the trades of experienced professionals. Date Saturday 14th of October 2023. Time 10 a.m. Venue 3rd floor, Cozy Plaza, besides Wide Choice Supermarket, off location Ada George, Port Harcourt. Come and experience our top-notch professional classes, copy trading, AI trading, and more. Remember, on Saturday 14th of October, 3rd floor, Cozy Plaza, besides Wide Choice Supermarket, off location Ada George, Port Harcourt. Time is 10 a.m. To reserve your spot today and embark on a journey to financial freedom, you can send a text to HEFA to 0905 570 7672 or 0806 7124 144.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Are you wary of a JAMB UTME huddle? Does the prospect of UTME and post-UTME examinations seem like a formidable barrier to your aspirations of pursuing your dream course at the university? Have you attempted the JAMB UTME examinations multiple times without success, or are you contemplating another round of JAMB next year? Consider an alternative path, the direct entry route through the JUPEB program. The Joint Universities Preliminary Examinations Board program is a 10-month program that grants admission into the second year, that is 200 level of university study, without the need to write JAMB, UTME, or undergo post-UTME screening. Do you know that each year JAMB offers 2 types of forms, the UTME form and the direct entry form? While the UTME form facilitates admission into the first year with UTME examinations and university aptitude test, the direct entry form paves the way for direct admission into the second year without an examination. So students enrolled in the JUPEB program gain admission through this later route. Let me enumerate the advantages of choosing the JUPEB program. Number 1, there's no need for an examination to secure admission into the university. Number 2, graduates of the JUPEB program enjoy direct entry admission into the second year, that is 200 level of university study. Number 3, there is no requirement for post-UTME or aptitude tests. Number 4, there's no age limitation. So if you're in your 20s, in your 30s, or 40s, you can register for the JUPEB program. And number 5, the JUPEB result remains valid for a period of 5 years. To embark on your JUPEB journey, take action today by visiting Apex Pre-versity at number 17 Trans-Woji Link Road, opposite the NNPC filling station, Woji, Port Harcourt, and enroll for the 2023-2024 session. To be eligible to register for the JUPEB program, all you need is 5 credit passes in WAEC or NECO. Students awaiting SSE results can also apply. For inquiries and further information, don't hesitate to contact us via phone or WhatsApp on 0803 581 2144 or 0703 211 8044. Please seize this opportunity to open doors to your future in higher education with JUPEB. Take action today. Register for your JUPEB program.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Okay, so we have guests from African Town Land and Properties in the studio. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly, and thanks for having me. Good morning to our listeners.
Okay, so
and
do also tell us your
client
name,
of African Town.
your name, and is there a special offer for listeners today?
Well, my name is Remedy Baria Kbenye. Our independence promo is still running.
Okay.
Because our client had to appeal, that we should extend it, so we listen to them,
All right.
So, but first, I'll have to, intimate those listening for the first time or hearing for the first time what African Town and Properties is. So, African Town and Properties is a real estate company, but they are known as a global city, created in the city of Port Harcourt to bring people from all over Africa and the world together in one place to enjoy the beautiful nature of Africa. There is no katakata there, no problem, no wahala when you come to African Town and Properties in Omagwa. So African Town is where everyone feels at home, no discrimination against nationalities, tribe, or race. People from Ivory Coast, Ethiopia, South Africa, Ivory Coast, Tunisia, Ghana, Cameroon, and every other African nation can actually buy and build their own type of village with their homemade food, culture, and tradition with excitement inside African Town, Omagwa. African Town is more than just an estate, but a town representing all the countries in Africa. And the uniqueness is way, above bar. We've been in town for over 4 years now. We just maybe a few weeks or months will be 5 years in Nigeria. But right here in the city of Port Harcourt, River State, we landed this year and we are already making wave. Our head office is located along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in Ogun State. Inside River State here, our head office is located at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area. We have great offers. We've been giving great offers and, unique opportunities. But still, our independence celebration promo is running because, most of our clients, our customers, they've actually been appealing, there is delay in where they were expecting some fund from, so we should try and please still extend it. So we, as usual, listen to them. So today, I'll have to let you know what this independence promo is about. But don't forget that our land was supposed to have been, sold for ₦1 million per plot. But because of this promo, we have slashed it down to 500,000 naira. And the 50 plots, it's no more. We have less than 20 plots remaining. So please, if you're still delaying, rush to our office today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza and get a plot or many plots of land. Get a plot at the rate of 500,000 naira. If you buy 5 plots of this land, you get 1 plot free of charge. Buy 10 plots, get 2 plots free of charge. At the rate of 500,000 naira a plot is 47 Emmanuel Plaza is where our office is located inside Omagwa, Ikwere local government area. Or you can text us, call us, WhatsApp us, do a video call via this number 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297. Also, I would like to say thank you to all of those who have actually subscribed to, this great opportunity being offered by African Town and Properties. We appreciate you today. We celebrate you and we pray, your value, you get it the way we offer. And it's great. Anyway, so please, I'll have to remind you again that we don't accept cash payments, but once you get into our office and you want to make payments, our account details will be given to you and you have to make your payment straight into that account. So please, we don't accept cash. We consider it invalid. We are available for your purchase and inspection. Inspection starts 10 a.m. and runs through 5 p.m. every day except Sundays. 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day except Sundays. Inspection goes on, and our allocation has already started. It's up to a month now. We've been allocating to those who already made purchase. Our time for allocation starts from 1 p.m. and runs through 4 p.m. every day except Sundays. So what are you waiting for today? Come to our office at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza inside Omagwa, just along Port Harcourt to Wiri Road, or call us, text us, WhatsApp us, do a video call from wherever you are hearing us from this moment on 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297. You can buy and develop our land, for residential or commercial purpose. There is also another town inside African town Omagwa called South Africa, and this location is great, top-notch, Town Omagwa. And this is geared towards enhancing your economic activities. So what are you waiting for? You're a businessman, businesswoman. Why not come to our office today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza in Omagwa, or call us, text us, WhatsApp us, do a video call via this number 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297. All our land is dry, and you don't have to spend so much to rehabilitate the land before developing it properly. And you can erect any building of your choice, either for commercial or residential purpose. Once payment is made, you get your land within 24 hours. There is also room for you to ask questions during inspection. Once you have made payment, all necessary documents are handed or will be handed over to you. Free deed of conveyance and survey plan. No charges at all. African Town is just 10 minutes drive away from the Port Harcourt International Airport. Now drivers, who conveys you to the site for inspection, and that is free of charge. And like I said, inspection starts 10 a.m. and runs through 5 p.m. every day except Sunday. So what are you waiting for? Come to our office today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza inside Omagwa, Ikwere Local Government Area. Call us, text us, WhatsApp us on this number 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297. African Town is deeply into anything land and property related.
All right.
Housing, property consultancy, estate management, leasing of properties, and others. So what are you waiting for? 47 Emmanuel Plaza is our location inside Omagwa, Ikwere Local Government Area, or call us on 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297. I may be very fast, but please 0703 103 2297. Please remember that this is the best season to invest, as to know that we are selling dry land. Come to African Town and Properties today.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Kelly.
All right. Let's turn our attention and continue our conversation on today's quest, the newspaper review segment.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala need finish.
Na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey quick.
Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM 5 p.m. Monday to Friday Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this? Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay abroad. In the chapa, you say this one. No worry. When time reach, I'll say I want to take. Make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be gate man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Okay, we say thank you for staying with us. I had announced earlier for an interview at this time. Tomorrow is the Girl Child's International Day of the Girl Child 2023. The theme is Invest in Girls' Rights, Our Leadership, Our Well-Being. That's the theme. A girl child advocate and human rights advocate joins us via the phone. She should have been here in the studio. But let's just make a few things known and passed on as far as the girl child and where we currently are concerned. Are we making the right moves? Is there progress so far in terms of the freedom that a girl child should have? What are the possibilities that should be for them as far as the society is concerned? But just to remind you, December 19, 2021, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 66170 to declare 11th of October as International Day of the Girl Child to recognize girls' rights and the unique challenges girls face around the world. The day focuses attention on the need to address the challenges girls face and to promote girls' empowerment and the fulfillment of their human rights. According to this piece from the United Nations, girls are leaders and girls are change makers. Adolescent girls have the rights to safe, educated, and healthy life, not only during these critical formative years, but also as they mature into women. If effectively supported during the adolescent years, girls have the potential to change the world. But joining us via the phone this morning, an advocate, Lady Dr. Doris Oyeneke joins us. Madam, good morning. Thank you for speaking with us. This interview is supposed to be live, but let's make the most of the time that we have. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Kelly, and thanks for having me.
Fantastic. So the significance of this day, for me, every time I have this conversation, I feel like it's ceremonial. Because we can't do advocacy for one day and expect that would yield a storm of returns. So beyond this advocacy of today and tomorrow and the few days after surrounding the event, what can we really say we have built in these years?
Well, for me, I think the awareness is there. These days, young girls have known that they are very special. You know, unlike in those days when we have so much discrimination in the society due to some preference. But these days, due to high level of advocacy and awareness creation, the girls are now aware that they are also a special breed.
Okay.
That there is no need to discriminate against them based on their gender And that's why tomorrow is a very special day for us, we that champion the cause of the girl child. So we continue to tell them that they are very special, they are needed in the society, build their capacity to face the challenges. Often the challenges are still there. There's still this issue of some preference. There's still this issue of grooming a girl child to be submissive, to be loyal, to be humble, while the boy is trained to be aggressive, to dominate the place. You are the boy, you are the strong one. What you say should stand. You don't cry. Come up, you are a boy, you are the stronger vessel. That's why we preach gender equality, especially at this level.
Okay.
Gender, yes. You guys are quite opposite, but then you are equal. Tomorrow marks a very good day for every girl and again every boy child. Because boys are also invited to the program. We also teach them positive masculinities, what they should know about girls. You should know that these are your sisters, these are your friends. Yes, you have the stronger, you are the stronger vessel. And that strength is to protect your sister. That strength is to protect the girl child out there, and not to begin to think of raping, begin to think of battery, bullying, because you feel you stand in a better position, you are stronger. So we will continue the advocacy.
All right. Allow me to just ask you, this gender equality, I was going to ask you, is this about gender equality? Can we really say that we can achieve gender equality when an African society, whether you call it culture shock or the influence of Western civilization on us, we're an African society. Some of the stereotypes will remain for a long time. Should we continue to focus on gender equality, or we look at other ways to address some of the disparities, the glaring disparities that make it difficult for the girl child to excel?
Well, when it comes to adolescents, consider adolescent boy and adolescent girl, achieving gender equality is possible. It's possible because at this point there is equal opportunity. There is level playing ground. You study medicine, I can study medicine. You study chemical engineering, I can do that. There's no discrimination.
Okay.
But when they are adults and maybe husband and wives get married, when they are in a very developed society, you begin to see the glaring difference around gender. But at this adolescent age and level, I can tell you is possible to achieve gender equality.
How about in the home? Right in the home, where some persons are traditional in their orientation, so they believe that the girl child has a place, the male child has his place, and there should be no conflicting who has perhaps a greater role, a greater influence in that home, even as an adolescent. So those are issues that we're dealing with on a regular in Nigeria. So that's why I asked about, should we look at other areas so that we seem to be counting tangible progress as against leaning on to the idea of everyone is equal?
Now, when you get to the homes, there are these gender norms and rules where you have very glaring discrimination. A boy shouldn't be engaged in house chores, where you bully and talk to the girl to go and sweep, go and wash the dishes. You are a girl, you are this and that. So that discrimination shouldn't be at the home front at all. So you see these targets that the 17th Sustainable Development Goals have, where gender equality is number 5.
Okay.
They are not also joking. The world leaders came together and said, no, see, gender equality is key. Trying to achieve gender equality, growing up with the principles of gender equality is a good thing that can happen to any man, any woman. Seeing ourselves as equal. Stop seeing yourself as a special breed because you are a man or you are a woman. Gender equality is not something you just condemn because, at just hearing of it, you think the girl wants to say they are equal to the men. It's not about that. It's about equal opportunity. Look at what is happening in the political terrain.
Okay.
It's still 96 point as against 4%. So what can you say around that? It's because the girl child was trained never to speak up. She was trained as a subservient, as a second-class widow. So if she was groomed to know that she is equal to the man, I think at the political space, we shouldn't see that level of disparity. So that's why tomorrow is important for us. We tell them that they are equal and they grow with that mentality.
So beyond the advocacy to create a sense of worth and value for the girl child, what are some of the things that we seem to have achieved over the years? Because Nigeria today is not the same as Nigeria of 10 years ago, culturally speaking. We have influences, breakouts here and there. So what can we say we've achieved as a means of encouraging the thousands and the millions listening to us right now that indeed the stereotype can be broken?
Yeah, the progress is, we are improving. We're actually improving in terms of teaching the girls values. Those values that our forefathers, their parents in those days taught us. We are, having a rebirth. As a rebirth in our organization, we call it a rebirth. Like the Spark campaign, where we teach them value reorientation, and I think they are appreciative.
Okay.
We have education. Traditionally, the girl child is, breaking the grounds. Learning skills, digital skills. Before now, it was basically a boy child thing. But these days, girls are improving in technology.
Okay.
Even in leadership, speaking out, confidence and all that, girls are also improving. So I think our progress is improving and steady. That's why we need to do more.
Okay, so before we go, let me just ask you about, is this in any way associated with all of this feminism issue? Because that's also another issue now. Some of us will confuse a confident lady to a feminist. So where do we draw that line to say, hey,
all right,
I'm a woman, I'm not subservient to you, but I have my rights and I'm not shy to stand on them?
Okay, no. There is confidence and there is arrogance. Some ladies feel that are arrogant, feel they are confident. They are two different things.
Okay.
A confident girl knows her own needs and is just assertive. She should just be assertive and not insulting people. So feminism, people misconstrue this concept of feminism. Feminism is all about dealing with issues of women. But when somebody say, like me, when I say I'm a feminist, people try to say, this one will not like men, this one will not be under a man. I'm a feminist because I promote the issues that concern women, that concern females. That's what feminism is all about. It's not, I'm not averse to men. I'm not.
But nonetheless, these are some of the necessary today information that we should pass on to both the girl child and the boy child. Right?
Yeah. It's something you teach the boys, you tell them. You also teach the women, you also educate them.
Okay.
So, it's a very vast topic that we can't end the conversation.
True.
But as tomorrow is for the girls, we celebrate the girls. Tell them how important they are. Also tell them their challenges. Of course, their age and their gender puts them in the trajectory of vulnerability.
All right.
But that shouldn't deter any one of them. They are enough to take up the challenges and surmount them.
Lady Dr. Doris Oyeneke, thank you for speaking with us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you for having me.
So that's it. Just quick information for everyone. Tomorrow is the International Day of the Girl Child. We'll celebrate them. I have a niece I love so much. She's a girl. I have two beautiful sisters. They can be very stubborn, sometimes, but they are girls, and I love them equally. And I have respect for every woman. Because respect, like she said, is reciprocal. Okay? Okay, so we'll go back to our conversation at this point. We'll continue our review. Maybe I should just go back to that. We're at the Tinubu story now. I was reading it out. So let me go back to the Tinubu son, the use of the presidential jet. And I said, how else do you describe presidential privilege? His father is the president of Nigeria. So would he move about without SSS escort and providing security for him, police officials being on ground? I doubt it. Would he touch down at the Kanu airport and you not have dignitaries and VIPs line up to receive him? I equally doubt that. So the controversy over the inappropriate use of the planes in the presidential air fleet emerged on January 9, 2020, when Anna, the youngest daughter of then-President Muhammadu Buhari, flew to Bauchi, northeast Nigeria, on a presidential jet in what was clearly a private trip. She and the president, who were roundly condemned over the matter by a lot of Nigerians. So let me come back to panelists. Let me begin with Professor Warner. How else do you describe presidential privilege?
Well, although every office has its own privileges, and it is these privileges that we are trying to blow out of proportion in terms of how many of them do we enjoy in an office. And that is also what is causing the madness in administration that has made governance to be a do-or-die affair. But I think that respect should be given to an office of the highest land, where the presidential fleet should be exclusively from the president. Yeah, because for you to begin to extend it to the children and the other members of the family who are not actually constitutionally speaking occupiers of that position, it means that something is wrong somewhere. And again, it's also a fallout of this, very dangerous concept in politics, loyalty. You can see when he flew to the Kanu, he has a fleet of, policemen who were guiding him. And then that is an extension of that, loyalty, because it's a faulty federal system we are operating, to the extent that if a governor or state commissioner did not do that with regards to president's son, that will mean that it can create frosty relationship between that state government, the governor, and the president. And that means that maybe in the next month of allocation, you may not have what you're expected to have as an allocation. I mean, that's so that very dangerous concept of loyalty, I'm very loyal, has crept into this, and the manifestation is what we are seeing now.
Okay.
Because if you have somebody who just decide to go on a tour on his own, not an official assignment, he's just going there to watch a match, and he's going with a presidential flight, which is not supposed to be, means that something is wrong somewhere. And for him to be given that kind of protection, with police and army, means that we are just, degrading that position, and we are not giving it a very serious concern. And that is how governance is not also given very serious consideration in this country. That's why we are suffering. In other climes, those things are supposed to be treated strictly on the constitutional provision.
All right.
Well, arrangement could be made outside. We have private jets everywhere, but not that presidential fleet where that boy will just fly to a Kanu, and they will just be giving him that kind of. So it's a reflection of that, concept of loyalty, reflecting again by extension the 40 federal system of government we are operating. Because all the states are not independent. They are dependent on what they get from the federal government, the coffers.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me go to Dr. Chimo. We're talking about the president's son, but when the president's wife flies, she flies with presidential jets. There's no such thing as the office of the first lady. It doesn't exist. So we know also, and we've seen video evidence to support it, that for instance, Biden's children will not be walking around without at least one Secret Service detail. At least one. Maybe it's the size that we use here. We put police, we put 3 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them guarding the son or the relatives, close family members of the president. But my question is, how else do you describe presidential privilege? The presidential fleet is not only for the president. Speaker of the House of Reps will go on an assignment, he will fly on that jet. Senate President will fly on the same fleet. Special delegates will fly on the same fleet. So, the president's son is using the presidential jet. I'm seeing it pictures now. How else do we describe presidential privilege? The hula baloo, is it necessary?
Absolutely necessary. It's very necessary. It's just that we have turned everything upside down in Nigeria. You see, in nations that know what things that are proper, these things are done. But you see, we've gotten to that point in Nigeria where if I'm teaching a class and my son or my daughter is in the class, there's an expectation that my child must have A. And if my child didn't have A, all my sons or daughters' friends will say, our father is a very evil man, wicked man. This is the line. We must come to draw the line between what is right and what is good. And it's a difficult line, but necessary line to draw. Is it good? It's good to even stop the plane and carry everybody. But is it right? No. This is the president of a nation. This is the president's jet. And that's why other nations look at us and say, well, I guess our only idea of public morality is completely different. Those people you mentioned, all of them, happily you mentioned all of them, Senate President, Chief of Staff, they are all officials of Nigeria. But none of them is entitled to travel with Air Force One.
Okay.
Where the president is not there. None of them. But all the other, since we are our own presidents have fleets, a nation that is as poor as we are.
Are we poor?
Miserably poor.
Are we really poor?
The nation that the whole world has said is the poverty capital of the world.
Have you heard the narrative that our government is very rich?
Let me tell you something, and that's what our people don't know. In the world, or even in your ordinary life, the index of measurement of your wealth is not from the richest person, but the poorest. If you're in a family where one of you is still begging on the street, if you like, but the biggest, you're a very poor family. It's wretched. If so, that's what. But we have perverted things. That's why we can think that, oh, all right, I have the biggest house in town, but my neighbor is a miserable place. I'm as poor as that. I have the big house, but the street to my place is miserable. I'm as miserable as that. Yeah, so we are poor. Nigeria is poor. Forget it's because when I was in school, one of my teachers taught us in secondary school. He said a Chinese proverb is a man are four. The one that knows that is a fool and knows that he's a fool. He says it's simple, teach him. But the one that don't know that he's a fool, that knows that he's the fool, he said that one, ignore him, he doesn't know where he's going to. Teaching him. No point. He's a fool, but knows not that he's the fool. Then there's one that is even wise, but knows that he's wise. And it's four of them, like four people. So Nigeria is that country that is poor, does not know that it is poor, and wants to rub shoulders with nations that are rich. But even the rich nations are showing us the level of how things are done. The US president, his wife doesn't enter his car.
Unless he's in the car.
In the US, the wife of the president does not even enter the president's car.
But we saw on inauguration day for Biden that Jill rode with him in the same vehicle.
That may be ceremonial car, but the US
the beast now.
The beast. While Obama was there, I didn't know. I've read. I have a book of American presidents, and I read about their public morality. They don't have that right. You know why? Everything, the way they conduct themselves in that car. Once you are in the president is there, and the president can be targeted, and the president can also endanger the nation. The nuclear thing, everything is supposed to be there. Your access to power, everything is there. So when you give it to your wife was not elected. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have privilege. So for the president's son to ride a car on the presidential fleet, when he's going, not even, of course, he has no official responsibility in Nigeria. He has none. The only thing that he takes into Abuja and shows how lazy we are is that he's the president's son. A boy, a young man as like that has nothing to do just to be sending tweet every day. President's son has eaten. It's an embarrassment for a nation because that's how unfortunately our people have wasted the next generation. If I reduce my child, who is 20 years or 21 years or 30 years, that whatever I'm doing, he comes there to do, I've reduced him and wasted his generation. So, but is it a surprise? No, others have done it in Nigeria. Others have done it. Governors are doing it. They are doing it. So that's why you see a governor will be in the protocol. My wife, my dear wife, then the vice deputy governor.
Which is a huge anomaly.
Huge anomaly.
A huge anomaly.
It's things that people don't know.
You don't even need to educate people about it. It's just
today.
There's a governor, there's a deputy governor.
If you are doing a program that is expecting government officials put their photograph, when you put governor's on, put his wife's on before you put deputy governor.
In fact,
it's a shame.
If the wife is present, she sits next to the governor. Then the deputy governor will follow after the wife.
Even that, if she sits next to the governor, in protocol, she doesn't come before the deputy governor.
Of course, now.
Exactly.
But in Nigeria, the governor starts to speak, my dear wife, or my dear husband, before he now goes to the deputy governor. We have done things upside down. You know, I told people, when I have the resources, maybe I will come to this studio where I will fund it. We want to begin to teach on the little things. A lot of little things we have left them. So people are getting into a situation, those little things, they think it's little. And the public thinks so. When people call us, I will tell you, my friend from Yeneba will say, how can you anything will not agree? The president's son should enjoy the seat of the president. Of course, remember, Remi Tinubu started it with our one-day governor thing in Lagos. Very soon now, we'll have one-day president.
Okay. Let me find again.
Yes, talking about the anomalies in Nigeria.
Is this an anomaly? Sheikh Tinubu flying.
I use the word anomalies.
Oh.
Anomalies, meaning there are issues that ordinarily we shouldn't be seen around the corridors of powers. You see, when the office of the first lady that we so celebrate today, is an illegal thing. Babangida, created it, to suit his wife, Maria and Babangida. He want to be the first lady, the wife of the president and all that. The thing continued until it got to the era of Jonathan, that the office of the first lady now prepare even a budget and submitted to National Assembly for consideration until the Senate. This level of anomalies is something that we can't condone. The thing was thrown out. How can we consider a budget from the office of the first lady? Under which law? From which law? And how do we look at it? So some senators actually kick against it, and the thing was thrown out. So every administration want to advance one anomaly or the other. By the arrangement of our laws, like the law of the DSS, the established DSS today, the family of the president is part of their responsibility. You are meant to protect the president and his family members. So if the family members of president are recognized by institution or government to the extent of protecting them as a responsibility, is it to fly a presidential jet? That will not be an issue. There are up to 10. Buhari reduced it to 10 the other time, around 2015. So, and continue to maintain that one since Tinubu came in. We've not heard about reduction on the presidential fleets. So if we have 10, I will only have problem if it is the Eagle One.
I doubt it.
If it is the Eagle One, that is when I will have problem. How will Sheikh Tinubu be flying on the Eagle One? The Eagle One is strictly for the president. But if we now have family member fly Eagle One, then there is a problem. Even during the era of Alice in Madwe, what are we even talking a private jet? These are normal, kabu that was used. But however,
you should have used a private jet.
Yeah,
they can hire a private jet for you.
The thing is,
many people are ready to give him without her.
Yes,
because it's a brand for upfront.
Yes, for political. He's a member of the family of the president. The president might be with the Eagle One. There are other 9 you know, there are also there.
Must he use the presidential fleet?
By our mentality, the way we perceive government, you know, we see government as means of, we see government as right. We don't see government in terms of service.
Privilege and service.
We see as right. Immediately you are given an opportunity to, you know, man's or a government office, you now see it as your right, your inheritance. That you begin to exhibit certain character. Somebody try to question how much do you have there. They say, what is wrong with you? How dare you question me? We see it as an offense. It happens even in the streets. It's in the religious sector. It's our mentality. It's part of us. It's the way we think. It is the way we perceive public life. We don't see problem with anomalies. You go to church today, you see the pastor here, whatever he must do is the wife first. Before the other senior pastor, before the other days, pastor sitting here, the wife will be there. So you must make reference to your wife first before you acknowledge every other person. You go to the traditional sector, it's the same thing, the same way. You talk about the tradition, you don't talk about the wives first. Then before you now talk about every other dignitary that is there. It's the way we think, it's the way we behave.
Okay.
If we want to check these things, I will always advocate, let us restructure our mindset. Let us begin to do those things that are right. If we are meant to copy and paste, let us copy them well and paste them well in our own land. We copy some of these things and we paste them wrongly here. And that is why it is affecting us. Can you ask a commissioner about the budget of his ministry? It will mess you up. It will insult you. What is your problem with my budget? They will ask you, what is your problem with my budget? Do you appoint me? Do I need to give account to you? Go to your local government and ask him, how much is our revenue this month? If you are not beaten, then you are lucky. You go home and do some Thanksgiving. Why you are not beaten for asking the right question? You go to community level. Can you even ask your community leader about the funds of the community? You dare not. Whatever he wants to do, he must do it for his family first.
Okay.
Before thinking about the community. It's our, you know, our construction, our structure, the way we think, the way we behave. These things have become very normal. Even this one we are talking about, there are people who are warming or they are burning now. They want to insult you before uncle.
All right.
Would I enjoy these things? Is it not? So, yeah, some of these things.
Come ready, sir.
Yeah, Kelly.
It's not strange, Abby.
It's not strange. You know, they say when you go to Rome, you behave like the Romans. When you're in Nigeria, you behave like Nigerians. And over here, what is obtainable, like I said, is not obtainable anywhere. You know, when the Bible says when the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? We'll just watch and look. There is nothing like he said, go and ask questions. Those who are even supposed to enforce the law are the ones that will ask you, hey, what's your business?
Costume.
By your money, they will forget at that time that it's the taxpayers' money used to procure those things. They will even know, is it your money? You know, but like I said, it's quite unfortunate how we carry ourselves, you know. But I think this Fourth Republic came up with so many abnormalities, like other guest speakers here have, my colleagues here have actually said. The Fourth Republic came with so many abnormalities, starting with the office of Stella Obasanjo,
First Lady.
Yeah. You know, when people say the Constitution, the law, they say nobody is above the law. We keep telling people, don't be saying this thing. There are certain class of persons that are above the law. You can't be deceiving us. You can't be deceiving us. The law is not made for everybody. The law is best implemented when it's the poor man that has violated. But when it's the rich man, you know, someone was saying it the other time. I think it's Barrister Arochukwu, that let the law becomes the law that the symbol of the judiciary of justice, sure. The blind lady should be blind to everybody and depends on expending her judge cases depending on the weighty evidence before her left or right hand. But it seems like to some poor people, you open your eyes and look, oh, he's a poor man.
In fact, he's seeing something. Yes.
This same thing MFA guy is saying is just exactly what happened now, that a police officer is to be
convicted. Vandy.
According to the court judgment.
Vandy.
If I may ask, not the same, but what is happening to our Super Cup, Abakari?
The matter is still ongoing.
Ongoing. Understand where I'm coming from.
That is one final. There's a case of Jafar that was allegedly killed by a police officer somewhere in Aja in Lagos.
Kelly, I wanted to count. Let's charity begins at home. What about Joseph, my elder brother, that was murdered in Rivers State? Until the point where a presidential panel was set up, the same panel handed over that very report to the then Attorney General. What has happened?
That was in 2016. Is the right place to prosecute the matter now.
The law is not meant to protect everybody. It's meant for the elite. The poor will continue to be haunted by this same law. It's as simple. This incident is just a recent one.
December 2020.
Just a recent one. Going by the Nigeria. That's why I asked, where is the Super Cup?
It's in Kuje.
Where is Magu?
Magu is at home.
Magu was
court cleared him.
It was promoted.
No, court cleared him.
It should be at home.
There was, I think there was
one.
There's
a presidential panel.
Okay, presidential panel.
Yes. The white man from that panel sitting, we don't know that.
The panel cleared him.
You have the official position of the panel.
Apart from the one that was published the other time.
From
I've not had
the one that was leaked.
Other reports.
There's no official gazette from the government.
No official gazette, but conventional media.
I know, but there's no official gazette. So we can't even say whether it was freed or not.
If I want to continue,
I think court rule on that matter.
No,
it has to do with one pastor too.
The pastor sued.
Yes.
The pastor sued that.
It was that
the allegation against him. He sued for the allegation against him.
Yes, that Magu is part of the reason why
there were leaks.
The panel.
There were leaks.
Check it. The court rule has honorated him.
Let's leave. We are not on Magu.
So I'm only giving all these instances where ordinarily in a society, an ideal one, where the law prevails, where indeed they say nobody is above the law. All these persons were supposed to either be behind bar, being tried, convicted normally. But here it is. You remember in the last administration, there was an argument between the first lady's aide and the then chief of staff, and it led to gunshot in the villa.
We heard that gist.
Nobody was prosecuted.
And that matter died quickly.
I can mention, Kelly, see, this country, indeed, I vividly remember a friend of mine who came from the UK. I picked him up from the airport, and he was just asking, how is the country? I didn't answer. He asked me again because he knows my position. I didn't answer. He asked the next person, how is the country? The young man fled off. He said, I knew Ruben would not answer because he has a very strong position on what is happening in the country. But let me tell you one thing. Nigeria is the best place to live. That was when I came in and asked him, how? He said, this is the only place you do things and you go free. This is the only place where you, in fact, a man that is poor yesterday, all of a sudden, you can't be overnight rich. You can't commit crime. In fact, beat the traffic, go to your house. Don't worry. In a short while, you will notice that you can't run away from your shadows. Right. But here in the country, you can't. Okay, sorry. Dr. Wona was giving an instance of, I went out, I saw a very big hole that could train fish in his car door, the passenger side. A very big hole. And I was imagining what really happened. I noticed I saw a little scratch from the passenger side in front down to the back before the big hole, like a 2-kilometer road. So I was still pondering what happened.
That big?
Yes. So
my car, yes, when he came that means close the car itself is 50 kilometers.
When he came close to me, and I asked him what happened, he said, imagine they are, what did you call it?
Victim of state
apparatus. So I had to ask him properly, what do you mean? He now told me, Sodale, about security agencies who are always hurrying to go somewhere other than the other users of the road. And they pushed him off the road, and it wasn't enough by pushing him, they intentionally bored a hole on his vehicle.
Can you? And one of them just pointed his gun at me. And I was like, what? Did I commit anything? I was just driving. I got to Romosi Junction. And I saw them from the rear mirror that they were coming, in that area. So I tried to also shift to the median, closer to the median, just for them to take the other lane and move. You know, so the first truck moved, came to my side, and they were like, I was like, what happened? The second truck passed, the same thing, and that one at the back pointed his gun. Before I could know it, that the third truck just came. Intentionally. And I felt I said, what's happening? This is how innocent people are killed. What happened?
I like those kind of things.
So why is it that if you are coming on the road, if you are coming on the road, I should just develop wing and fly with my car up? Okay, the other lane, there were other vehicles there. So if I had turned to the other lane, maybe you wanted me to clear from this lane, I would also cause obstruction there and maybe hit another car there.
Okay.
Kelly, so
it's part of the thing.
I am just trying to round my head round the kind of things that happens in the society that ordinarily shouldn't be happening. You see that private jet now that the son of the president has flown, that ordinarily is not supposed to. Let a poor man in Ruben, Kelly, or any of us in this studio just decide to sneak into the airport and go close to that jet. What do you call it? Eagle Eye also.
That is the president.
No, that's the president. There's a presidential fleet now.
That is the president. Oh, you don't make
going close. I know. I'm just giving you an instance of what you mentioned. Going close there to say you want to take a selfie.
That's a breach of security.
God bless you.
It's a breach of security.
God bless you. It's a breach of security because you are who?
You're not
even wait, because you have
not been certified to go and take a picture.
Oh, you are not been certified.
Yes.
But the son was certified to fly any of the.
He received state protection now. Doesn't he receive state protection?
There must be a permission. It doesn't have the ability to start a jet and fly now.
Kelly, you see, in my place they said that the prince is also the king. And that is why if the elders of the community come to see the king and the king is not at home, they will tell his prince to sit down.
That's true.
So that they will talk with him. But still that prince that talked with the elders in place of his father, they will tell him as they are going, if a child that is a prince washes his hands very well, he can eat with the king. That means there's still a difference, even though you stood in for your father. I think Nigeria has a president that is called Bola Ahmed Tinubu. For now.
Not to add Adekunle.
No, I don't want to add that. You know, I'm one person who has never used forged something, even though it's somehow to me, but I won't use that until a court comes out and says
no, but it's
it
on
was forged.
Wikipedia now.
Just use the
Wikipedia page now.
It is a choice to
if you Google it, Wikipedia, you see it.
Just use
I'm not the author of
the one created.
Let them continue.
It's all right.
You see, if that boy Sheyi, if he had decided to give a little respect to Nigeria, if his father is traveling, for instance, using even whether you call it Eagle or whatever, that one that belongs to President Tinubu, is there any law that can be quoted to say no, Sheyi cannot enter that one with his father?
There's no law.
Oh, that's when his father is inside.
Yes, traveling. He wants to go to somewhere, and they roll out that ultimate and say, President, enter. And Sheyi say, Daddy, I want to be with you. Is there any law forbidding him?
Jonathan's foster children use
Thank you very much. You know why I'm saying this? If Sheyi had given Nigeria respect and then waited for the day his father would travel, he joins him on that highest one, nobody would have been talking.
No.
And again, if also, because in the presidential fleet, there could be those that are smaller.
Yes,
if Sheyi had taken one of them, I'm not sure the mount will be the way it is now.
It's one of them.
I think it's one of them.
It's one of them too.
Now, if it is, for me, I should not look at it as something bad.
Why?
Thank you very much. You remember what I said? The prince is also the king.
Yes.
That's your village.
Listen, no. Wait. No, relax now. Relax. I'm not saying that I know more than others. No. There could also be those that will explain it to me. Because if Sheyi did not use something equivalent of a Force One of America, I do not see what is bad. I'm telling you. I know that
Is he a government official?
Wait now, wait.
He's a
If my
son of
father,
the president.
if my father were president, I will not use whether it's the last one in the presidential fleet or not. But humans are different.
Okay.
There are those who will always live in show. As a matter of fact, if my father were president, I will not come close at all to all those things. If I want to go out, I want to travel to anywhere, I will use, but I will have DSS attached to me.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm telling you. That is myself. But it may be that you have different character. You may need for people to know that your father is the president. You've arrived. That's how humans are. And but what I'm only saying, if in the presidential fleet he used one, what is wrong there? And which law forbids him from using it?
Okay.
Yeah. So let me answer that. But you know, we must understand, Nigeria chose not to run a monarchy.
Yeah.
Nigerians chose not to run a dictatorship. We chose Republican government. And that's what we must understand. Because the only reason why me and you are here wasting our quote unquote wasting our time is because
but we're not wasting our time.
Okay. Others are saying quote unquote. Because there are those in government say we're wasting our time.
But they still listen.
But what I'm saying now, the reason why there was some call me radio lawyer. That is why we're doing that. It's going to the Republican government. If this was a king, monarchy. I don't have that to criticize king now. King can do no wrong. If it's a dictatorship, everything, he is the law himself. So let us draw the line. Tinubu swore to an oath to be the president of a constitutional Republican government, which makes him subject to the law, subject to public morality, which doesn't make him the law itself, doesn't make him the republic, and doesn't make translate his family. Anybody who doesn't take that oath can only have a consequential benefit, not a direct benefit. That is why we are saying that the president's son, who is not a government official, cannot be the one. That doesn't mean, I say, if the president, like I said, if the president is going in Air Force One or whatever they call it, and packs the whole of the Tinubu clan, no problem. But you see what happens when that plane opens. The first person that comes out is the president, and once he's gone, they remove public attention. They know that other people are coming out from the plane.
Yes.
In fact, I think they even use another exit.
Exactly. So that is the way it is done, because that is the nation that knows the right thing. I'm not saying that Air Force One is the only president of America that rides in it, but it's the only one that is officially in that plane.
Yeah.
So that was this is a Republican government. So there is something wrong when the son of the president is using an official plane.
All right.
But according to the question, sorry, let me say, Emma asked that you quoted law, sir.
Yes.
But if the same law now recognize the family of the president as needed to be protected,
he said,
and the law protect them,
good. The law
give the accommodation in Aso Rock, right? And the law even say the state actors, the state security need to protect them as the DSS, and there are other fleets.
Yes. Which law says that the president's son?
If there is no law that says the president's son must not fly a presidential jet, then where has that go wrong in the eyes of the law?
That plane, while he's going on the insurance, if anything happens in that plane, because it's not the president of official government, insurance doesn't cover it. Do you know that?
But there's a member of the family. That is for insurance. But we're looking at the law.
That is the law now. I'm talking about law now.
The law.
That law. That is the same thing. Just like if I'm giving an official car,
yes,
and your son uses, and my son is driving that car, and there is an accident, insurance company won't pay.
Cover. Yes, I
so
know.
That is the one they say about the law.
In the eyes of the law, he has not done wrong.
All right. Let's we have a final story, but I want to do this. Let's open the phone lines so that we can take contributions from callers. We'll read your messages, and then we'll go to that final story. That's what we'll do. So let me begin with WhatsApp. Hello, Kelly. On the president's son using the presidential fleet. See, Kelly, the president has a personal private jet. The president has a private jet. Why not fly your daddy's private jet?
He doesn't want that.
Before he became president, the way and manner they rub this in our face is very annoying, and we look helpless. He didn't tell us your name. Next time, please tell us your name, yeah? Good morning, Today FM. Please tell. Okay, your reaction is the prince is also the king traditionally, but constitutionally, the prince is only the son of the king. Chike Chris, that's your reaction to that story.
Is there the constitutional he's talking about?
Let me look at this one. I think this is now. Okay. Good morning, Kelly, and I'm alive. Yakubu, go on, speak. Kelly, when I saw the story, I started my verification immediately. I didn't see it in any national or international tabloid, and it was not written professionally, but was surprised for me was that when I decided to check his profile through his Wikipedia, it already edited Yakubu Jack Gowon GCFR, born, died October 9. Okay, you're saying there are feelers that he's dead. We should be careful with those managing our information, especially our political elites.
I don't know. On Sunday, I think Sunday morning, I saw that pop up on my phone. I read it. It was not about Yakubu Gowon that was head of state.
Okay.
It was said is Gowon. Good.
I saw that one. That was just, okay, I remember that story now. I was wondering when this is gone. I saw that story. It's a Gowon, not even the surname.
Good.
But still journalists have a way of selling. They put Gowon first. I remember that story now. It's not even a woman even. It's even a woman. Gowon is just among the names that what make up the name.
All right. Melody from Uniport, the issue of fuel subsidy is now like Tinubu's certificate. It has more unanswered questions than answered questions. Even the policies of Tinubu so far are as confusing and mystical as his certificate matter. For example, Tinubu announced the removal of subsidy but later realized it is unrealistic, same way he attended the secondary school in 1970 and later realized the secondary school was founded in 1974. You can't give what you don't have. That's your opinion. Is this for us? Let me do a final one via WhatsApp. Good morning, Kelly. I hate hypocrisy. Anyone saying the son of the president should not have flown on the presidential plane is not saying the truth, because if it should be them, their children will do same. Precious Nekabari from SARS Road. All right, Precious, thank you. Let's do messages from the traditional SMS portal. We'll see your messages, so let's just take a few of them this morning. Okay, good morning, Kelly. Matthew from Transamadi, ardent listener of this program. Concerning the certificate saga, I think, Five Guys on point. Sometimes we'll really be clouded by emotions that we hardly understand what is in a text. The CSU man did not say forgery. Okay, we're not jumping into that. Also, I beg you, Kelly, to reduce your interjections during analysis. Today, I didn't even talk too much. Today, I didn't even talk too much. Matthew, thank you so much. All the same. JC Kelly, on Daily Trust editorial, I felt churning in the pit of my stomach as I listened to some reactions to it. Thank you for reaching out. Tony from Port Harcourt sent in this one. Good morning to Today FM morning team. As you comment on the BA certificate of the president, I share a rephrase of the opening article by Sui Ayodele in his salute to Melchizedek of Nigeria, available online. It quotes, "There are people known in worldview as ... special beings. Everything about them is a mystery. They get away with everything that would easily consume others, that is mortals. This is the dilemma of a nation where persons who will be making policies for education have questions asked about their educational background. It's in the state and national assemblies, Senate, Commissioner, etc. So sad. Education is fundamental." That's you reacting. FCC minister, in his political way of doing things, he will never ever agree with anybody in anything that does not go in his favor. If European Union had come out with a credit statement as regards the 2023 election in Rivers, in particular, he would have been singing the praises of the EU's report on Rivers State, and even will instruct his Rivers State PDP to tender EU's report to the tribunal as an evidence of credible election held in the state. How can one always see things to be in his favor, even if it's a wrong thing? You want people to say it's the right one, just to make sure it favors you only. All right, AJ from Port Harcourt. Another one. Kelly, just to let you know that some of the presidential jets are for lease if you have the money. We don't know if the jet was leased to Shey. All right, Shegun from Ruma Hollow. Some of them We had news some time ago that they were going to release some of those jets. A follow-up to that, I can't confirm because they didn't give us more information. It was just stated that some of the jets were supposed to be let off from the fleet. Something like that. So we didn't get further updates from that. Kano Kelly maybe, and someday, President Tinubu's house help will use the jets since he or she is part of the household now. What is wrong is wrong. Okay, thank you. Kelly, greetings. Are you aware that the price of fuel has risen to 720 naira per litre? Has it? And federal government is denying of paying fuel subsidy. Kelly, many fuel stations have closed their stations because of the price of fuel haven't been increased at the depot. Thank God, ability at Twibu. Has it increased? Any confirmation?
Is it not the usual way that the marketers always want to give you?
I just got 581.
You just bought 500. This rumor of 720 at the depot has been there for some days. You bought this morning as well.
This morning is
Friday. We got the filler. Some filling stations were closed, including the NPC filling stations were all closed, no fuel. I got the information that there will be scarcity of fuel, but as at Sunday, yesterday, day before yesterday, stroke Monday, the NPC filling stations started selling, and even up to this morning, it is
so maybe it's
591.
So maybe it's a supply issue, just a supply issue.
Even the tankers, they even came on, and you know Nigerians, we only like leverage on rumor and want to inflict suffering on Nigerians. Independent marketers are usually doing it, and we want to encourage it. Please don't encourage them to do it.
All right.
Thank God, please.
0817-0000951, 0810-9510-951. Again, 0817-0000951, 0810-9510-951. Those are the numbers to call. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Chris. Welcome. Please go on.
Bless you. Please join me in this prayer. God, into your hands will commit our spirit. But behold, as Nigeria stands nowadays, it's only for the elite, your guys, and God, the lawyer at Lagos State. The judgment has passed in his favor. But what of that woman that was killed in Rivers State during that something? That police woman that was killed somewhere in Abaro areas. Nobody has silence of that woman. Nobody has not heard about the woman from a church. Who will pass judgment on that woman? Please, Nigeria, the way these people are using us nowadays now, and please, let me tell you, very soon they will ask you, Kelly, is there any court judgment that proves that name is Kelly? Now we are depending on court for a moral life. No more moral life. Everybody just have court say this, have court say that. No, now.
Chris, thank you. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hi, Frank. Welcome. Please go on.
Yes, let me be surprised in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me react to the statement of FCT Mr. Wike regarding the spot of peace during the 2023 election.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with my former governor. Because EU, where I voted, there was a problem. And I was surprised by hearing from EU that the River State election was violent everywhere. So this morning I agree with my former governor, and I want to respect. And again,
Frank, the signal is not clear. The signal is not clear. What's happening?
Maybe network. No problem. I will call.
All right. Thank you for reaching out. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, welcome.
Hello.
We can hear you. All right, call us back when you're ready. Phone line still open. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly. I don't know the other guest. I greet you.
AB, welcome. Please go on.
God bless you, my brother. Eddie from Port Harcourt. Kelly, the lawyer that was murdered by police, I think the policeman got what is due to him. Because if they understand the game of their duties, I think they are employed to protect life and property. Not just, no matter what it involves, You have to take it easy. You are being trained as a policeman. You can't just be deciding your ammunition the way you want. That is not the way it goes. So for me, it really deserves the sentence. And secondly, what is happening with the issue of fuel right now and our politicians? I hope everybody is aware of what is happening with Hamas and Israel. They take Israel unaware. We will take these politicians unaware on a good day. And I thought it's a joke.
Okay.
The masses will take them unaware on a good day. They will keep doing what they are doing, releasing themselves. And we are seeing it with the SUVs, convoy, and what have you. One day we will block them and take them unaware and tell them that enough is enough. Nigeria is owned by everybody. They can't control these Nigerians in this manner. They are human beings. They have to see this job for amount now. Look at what they want to do. Well, we may even do what around 500 each case, not taking. That is how Nigeria leaders are paid.
All right.
Come down. We'll surprise them. Keep on doing what they are doing.
Okay.
That's my take this morning. Thank you.
All right. Whatever you plan to do, make sure it's peaceful. Make sure it's peaceful. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, welcome.
Mr. Kelly and other wonderful people, more especially Ogema.
Good morning, my brother.
My name is Elechi Chukwemeka Precious. I come from Eche. I want to hit on I want to comment on stop announcing plans without idea of how to implement them. In actual tells Tinubu. I hope it's one of the things people are running out in this.
Yes, please go on.
To be frank, they just nailed it. Doing it should be the major focus. You can't just come up and say, you will do this, you will do that. When you are, they said, he who plans to fail. Or he who fails to plan, plans to fail. When the plans are already on ground and you pronounce it, is it not for you to execute it? It's for you to execute it. But a lot of promises, a lot of information, whatever thing have been given. I will do this, will do that. Nigerians are waiting patiently. What we want at this very point in time is to hit the ground running. That's just what we want. Whatever thing you say, it's not supposed to take you, let's say, months to begin to make it happen or bring it on board. So what we want at this very point in time, a lot of Nigerians are going through, hardship. A lot of things is going wrong. We believe that he has the capacity to do this thing. So before he comes up to say, look at what I want to do, he should already have it on ground. As soon as he pronounces it, he should do it.
All right.
What we want is result. What we want is, they should hit the ground running. He has already celebrated his 1 year, 100 days in office. The thing is going, it's fast going. Nigerians are waiting patiently. We are running out of patience, I must say, without a provocation.
Okay.
So we should hit the ground running. We don't want, I will do this, I will do that. We want those things to start happening.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for reaching out. Some more reactions today, 95.1. Okay, we lost the call. Call us back if you can. I see a message here, WhatsApp. Let me quickly read it. Sheyi Tinubu doesn't have any privilege whatsoever to fly on any of the presidential fleet without the company of his father because he was not issued with a returning certificate by Mahmoud Yakubu. He's not a duly elected president, period. Daniel from Igruta. Okay, thank you for reaching out, Daniel. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Hi, Mascot, welcome.
Thank you so much. I greet everybody in the studio, especially Dr. C.J. Chunwa, my own elder brother, and again, my elder brother, including others. I greet everybody.
Thank you very much, Mascot.
Thank you so much. What Sheyi Tinubu committed is nothing but treason.
Committed?
Yes, it's treason.
How is it treason, please, Mascot?
I will explain to you. Why can't he now go to the escort chamber and sit as the defense flag? The presidential fleet must be occupied by the president. He has no right to fly the presidential fleet without the company of Mr. President.
So how about other elected officials that are supposed to use the fleet? Are they supposed to fly with the president on board?
I am telling you, the presidential fleet must be flown with the company of the president. I'm telling you, he is not an official of government.
Okay.
Is he a minister or what? Why is it that Goodluck Jonathan, vice president as he then was, did not sit at the defense flag until the doctrine of necessity was enunciated by the then Senate President David Mark?
Okay.
Now, you see people and they defend the indefensible. Something that cannot be defended. For me, what is permitted is prison. That is why Kelly. Some people say, like the Daily Trust editorial, that shame has taken flight in this country, Nigeria. And indeed, shame has taken flight because people will always, anything they do, they will get defense from somewhere. That there's registrar of Chicago State University said it is a Nigerian thing to forge the certificate. And nobody is saying anything. You see some lawyers, they come today and say, no, that one doesn't matter. He said the certificate did not emanate from Chicago State University, which means even if it is a vendor, the vendor did not do that with records to Chicago State University.
That's in your opinion?
In my opinion, Kelly, not the opinion of 95.1.
In your opinion, quickly.
Very sincerely, what is happening in this country is that shame has taken flight in the place of sycophancy, praise, singing, and mutilation.
Right.
And that is where I read my case.
Okay,
thank you, and God bless all of you.
Would that make it enough to say that his action is treasonable? Okay, KM Hosford, the use of the presidential jet by the president's son is a planned act to take away Nigeria's attention from Tinubu's Chicago certificate. Let me tell you, Kelly, from now till the end of this year, nothing will take my attention away from Tinubu's Chicago certificate. KM Hosford, thank you for reaching out. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello?
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, morning, sir. Yeah, first time caller.
Oh, great to have you here. Where's that bell? There's a bell somewhere. Oh, it's too far. Welcome. I'm clapping for you.
Yeah. I've been calling. I've been calling for a very long time.
Okay, what's your name?
Benjamin.
Say again.
Benjamin.
Benjamin, please go on.
I want to comment on the Tinubu thing. You know, like, I'm not a lawyer, but what I know is that we need to live by the law, especially the first family of the Federal Republic of Nigeria right now is the Tinubus.
Okay.
So we need to live by the law. They need to set that example. Just to get my point. If the law permits the first family to use our presidential fleet to anywhere they want to go to, all well and good. But if the law does not permit that, it is completely breach of the law.
Okay.
And for Africa to grow, my brother, believe me, for Africa to grow, we need to start respecting the law. It's only when we respect the law that is when we can grow. That is when we can grow institutions, strong institutions that you have in the western part of this world. So there is that need for that thing, for the first family, you understand, to set that example. You understand here. So if the law does not permit it, at least we know the first family in the person of Tinubu has private jets before he became the president of this country. So he can use one of those jets if the law does not permit it. But if the law permits it, we don't need to start complaining about it.
Okay.
That's my own take on it. Yeah.
Benjamin, thank you so much.
Okay, all right.
All right. First time caller. I got the bell eventually, so here we go. You've done very well. I've always wanted to ring that bell. Let's do another call. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Akanimo.
Kanimo, welcome. Please go on. Please go on.
Okay, please, I have a question to ask. Can I ask?
Please.
Okay. Why is it that since 2017 till now, Nigerian journalists and Tinubu refuse to tell us that Buhari is dead?
Okay.
I said, it's the question I'm asking.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay, so let me answer the question now. Should I answer the question? Should I answer the question? Buhari is not dead.
Yes.
Buhari is alive.
Buhari is not dead.
No, he's not.
Okay, why can't you prove it with Nnamdi Kanu in the court?
I don't understand. When you say I should prove, what am I proving?
You are not proving it in the court. File the case in the court, yes. So people will hear you.
Okay, so we've given you the benefit of the answer now. We know the question you're asking, and I've given you a direct answer. The former president is alive. The last time I checked, he was in Dora. Even attended a football tournament in Dora. I think that was at the weekend. So Muhammadu Buhari is alive. Whatever you read that is confusing you, sorry for you. Let's move on. Whatever the judges decide on this matter, they should remember the case of David Lyon Bielsa. Remember how the court disqualified both because of the deputy, because it was a combined ticket and it affected both of them. So in this case, Tinubu must be disqualified. He is not bigger than this country. Nigerians are waiting to do justice on this matter. Indu from Oyibo, thank you for reaching out. Let me go to social media. I see some more messages drop via WhatsApp. Kelly, are we for this country? Nigeria is in a sorry state. How can a president's son fly a presidential plane? In fact, it's time to correct all of these anomalies. Okay, Azu from Port Harcourt. And good morning, Kelly and others. Please let our politicians know that one day public offices will no longer be interesting for them because the heat is very hot. One day, just one day, the sweat of the poor people will cry out loud, and it will bring desired change. Okay, that's your point. Simeon from Port Harcourt. All right, so on the general post on Facebook, Berry Up Jesus puts it this way. Good morning to you all. Let the truth be told. Before we export petroleum to other countries, let us repair our refinery first, okay? We see classic sowing. Most of those people criticizing Sheyi for using Nigeria's plane will do worse if they have the opportunity. If some governors can appoint their relatives and children, so what is there if your children make use of your official car or plane? Newton Ekere, CSU, I'm ashamed of lawyers. This public nonsense must stop. A Bakuba statement. This same Olisa Bakuba, is it the same Olisa Bakuba or another one? They say everyone has a prize. Everyone. Let's move on. Nicholas Erasmus, the rumored death of Yakubu Gowon was unnecessary. People should try and verify their news before spreading same, so we don't create bigger problems. IB Deco puts it this way. Crude is from Nigeria's soil. Petrol, this guy writes, sometimes it's pretty much an epistle. Okay. So let me see if I can summarize what you have said. Petrol and all other petroleum products are used by Nigerians. Petrol subsidy is for Nigerians, so why the hula baloo and rigmarole? Stringent rules and laws should be functional to regulate the subsidy matter. If there are cabals and pen thieves, jail offenders, oil thieves can be possible if there are lacunas in the pipeline surveillance. Revamp the refineries and build modular refineries and export petroleum products to Africa's market for forex to prevent smuggling, and then allow Nigerians to enjoy God's gifts to them and stop trying to strangulate them with overpriced petroleum products. How can international market price affect what is in your soil? Then you close with get technocrats on the job. Udoka says, Wiki accuses EU of interfering in Nigeria's internal affairs. This is what happens when politicians call international community and United Nations in every small thing that happens here. Amity Prince, Empire will create 5 million jobs, says FG. Fear Nigerian politicians. Are they done by taking 100,000 Nigerians out of poverty, which they promised? Another scam looming like school feeding program. Until government of Tinubu brings down fuel price and exchange rates, he has done nothing as far as you're concerned. Dr. Mrs. Inma Olebara from Owerri, a lot of illegalities and unacceptable things keep happening in this country. How can Tinubu's son fly presidential jets to watch a game in Kanu? We say no to this, and it has to stop. Enough is enough to unwholesome practices. On the Post on Opinion poll, we have two stories there. Stop announcing plans without idea of how to, and then Tinubu's son on the private jet. Chile Edwin, the Financial Times is absolutely on point, and this is not just about Tinubu, but his ministers also should stop addressing the press, but provide answers to the many problems facing Nigerians, as it is wrong for the son of the president to use the presidential jet, which has been provided for the use of the first family. Okay, say it's not wrong. You say it's not wrong. And not just for the president as a person, as those who are aggrieved should rather buy form and contest for the office of Nigeria's president and not to antagonize whom God has blessed. Thank God ability to able. Tinubu's son abused public asset, flies presidential jet. The son of a king is also a king, okay? Evangelist Ekpeyong, good morning, Kelly, and the guest in the studio. Concerning the action of Bola Tinubu's son, I want to say that it's a weighty offense. It's an offense. But Sheyi shouldn't be the first person to be criticized or even punished, assuming there is a place for punishment. Where is it in the Constitution that the son of the number one man cannot fly the aircraft? Was the pilot not supposed to know that it's not right for Sheyi to fly in that aircraft, to have resisted him? Where were the security agencies? Akan Splendid from Elelemo, thank you so much for reaching out. Melody Onyeze puts it this way: the issue of fuel subsidy is now like Tinubu's certificate. I think I've read this message. Melody, you sent us a message via WhatsApp, so let's move on. Sam Chibuzo, on President Tinubu's son, I didn't see anything wrong with it. Remember, in this part of the world is Baba Otishokwe. That's what Andy was telling us the other day. And then for Real Talk, the Wike and EU exchange. Let me just read some of the comments there so we can talk about that story now. Come on, Facebook. Come on. All right, while Facebook is loading, I see some messages via the WhatsApp channel. Newton Ekere, the worst electoral crimes against the people of Rivers State were committed. People of Nigeria committed in Rivers State. They were committed in the full glare of the public. Yet, Mr. Wike, the FCT governor, FCT minister, who I used to refer to as handsome barrister, is accusing EU, who gave them money to assist in our elections, of bias. Time testifies for or against us in the long run. No one gets out of here alive except for the rapture. I don't know what you're saying. Fish, Chooks. On the governorship elections, armed and camouflaged policemen, 3 white Hilux trucks came, shot at us, tear-gassed us, beat us, and carted away with all the electoral materials. We've already counted, and the LP came a good lead. Okay, so ex-Governor Wike should not be reminding us how he allegedly robbed the good people of Rivers State. Sam Chibuzo, good morning everyone in the studio, especially Chief Ogaima. On Wike, he spoke the truth because these foreign countries are our problems. Legbosideo, it is what you observed, you can tell. When there is light, darkness cannot comprehend. INEC is a principal body that conducts election in Nigeria. If there is failure, there's always a rerun. If Party A or Party B candidate didn't agree with the election, they can always go to court. INEC has their procedure. EU reports may not be their basis. Jaffet says Wike is afraid he's part of an alleged system. Okay. So let's look at that story now. I haven't taken the time to take some contributions. Good morning, Kelly. Another analyst in the studio. I'm sure I've seen this message. Yes, I can Splendid. Read this message already. Hi, Kelly. Mesoma and Tinubu, are they related? Jerry. The answer is I'm not sure they are related. So let's go to that story.
Highly related.
By nationality.
No nationality.
Wike accuses EU of interfering in Nigeria's internal affairs. I'm not going to jump a lot into this story. I'll try and summarize it. The FCT Minister Yesa Wike has kicked against what he termed interference in the internal affairs of Nigeria by the European Union, EU. He also rejected the position of the EU observation mission on the recently concluded general election in Nigeria. He spoke just on Monday, yesterday. Wike says he observed that the mission did not have adequate personnel in the country to cover the elections, particularly in Rivers State where he was governor. I think he said they had just one person or so. Even though we have passed that era, I think that I sincerely do not agree with the European Union on their stand on the past election in Nigeria. I do seriously take exception to their stand because we thought there was no need for you to interfere in Nigeria. Rather, you observe and make recommendations. And your interference came when there were electoral tribunals going on. Like in River State, I asked how many of you were in the States to visit the over 6,000 polling units or thereabout. Sometimes you send in one or two persons and I ask you, how do you know? So, if you have seen some infractions in about 20 polling units, is that enough to make a general conclusion? I felt that as a sitting governor, you were trying to indict me for not allowing the states to have a free democratic process. Is that not correct? And then the minister responded. And then he talked about a law, how different laws applies to different areas and they can't bring their system to our system and so on and so forth. So, did the EU do us wrong? In our response, they did not interfere. They only made recommendations. They observed, they made their recommendations, and they passed it on to the Nigerian authorities. Let me Faiga. I just want a fair reaction to this. Maybe not fair, just your reaction to, because we've talked about the EU report, we've talked about Governor Wike, the same indictment from the EU report on the former governor of Rivers State, and now he's had a chat with the EU ambassador to Nigeria, and he says it's not nice. He talks about you people say we try to stop political parties from campaigning, which is not true. There was a law, and some of the things that he said while the campaigns were on. So we have about 10 minutes to wrap this thing up.
Yeah, I wonder why you have to put me at the front to take the bullet to open the way. I think first, I will say that Nigeria is a sovereign state created by law. Actions are defined by the provisions of the law, what is prohibited, what is accepted, and how things should be done. The conduct of elections, the action that are expected, all of these are written in the law. So if you are to judge the actions, you have to look at it from the eye of the law. Okay. That is why you look at if wrong was committed or wrong wasn't committed. So I will first of all look at the claims of Mr. Honorable Minister, who said that there was a law in Rivers State. I remember vividly that we have a ground norm, and the ground norm says the national law, which is the 1999 Constitution, has supremacy over every other law, like Section 1 of the 1999 Constitution has altered, right? That every other law that does not conform with that law, by the reason of that non-conformity, the other law remains void. Rivers State is a state in Nigeria. So the state assembly can make law, while the National Assembly legislation are referred to as act. If there is a law that was legislated by the Rivers State House of Assembly that is incongruous with the national law in every definition and by previous interpretation of the law, the national law prevails. The Electoral Act permits all political parties to campaign without restriction. But in Rivers State, we now had a law that tried to tame the activities of opposition to the point that certain persons were made to pay certain amount of money before you could access private public property.
And that wasn't even a guarantee that those facilities will be made available to you.
To you.
Because you still had to go through a police report and then you have to apply
and through
the
all
process.
that.
So
Then,
there's no guarantee that even after paying.
by that eye, one could say yes, that law is to caution people who want to access the public facilities.
That's the defense.
In case in defense of
That's
that.
the defense.
That's good. Then, if you leave the public facility, what about the private buildings and the rest that the law also restricted? So you see that the law of River State, to an extent, was incongruous with the federal law, meaning the law of River State to an extent was illegal.
So the
majority
EU was correct in some of the positions.
Yes, so some of the actions that were taken by the then governor in restricting political campaigns that were illegal and were unconstitutional. Then, if you talk about look at the part of EU on their reports, it is very unfortunate. There is something happened during the presidential trial at the Court of Appeal. A witness was called from one of the political parties. And when the witness was called to the witness board, they asked him, what is your view about it? He said, the election was marred with irregularity, the election was wrong, the election was bad, the election was not there and all that. And Olali Kweku stepped forward. When it was to cross-examine the witness, he asked the witness, did you vote during the election? President, he said, yes, I voted. Where did you vote? He mentioned the polling unit. And Olali Kweku asked, in that polling unit, was the election peaceful? He said, yes, everybody voted, nobody was restricted, nobody was... Olali Kweku said, my lord, he said, I'm done with this one.
All right.
First, you say election was this, election was that. EU.
We have 10
you
minutes.
You said 10 minutes.
And you taking 5 minutes. 10 minutes for everybody.
We have issue of electoral irregularity called the report in Canada, right? We have not seen EU report about the election of Canada in 2011.
Okay, so
US election is there. We have not seen their report.
Let's conclude. You agree with parts of the report?
I agree with part of the report.
Indicted the former governor.
I agree with part of the report.
River State.
I disagree with
part of the report. Comrade Izu.
Well, I will align myself also to, I think, the EU report, because when, in terms of percentage, when a larger number says a particular thing, like my father used to say when he's advising us, when we give some silly excuse to kind of substantiate why we acted in a certain way, and he will say when a woman leaves the house and goes to the market, quarrels with the crayfish woman, quarrels with the fish, quarrel with the plantain, yam and co, you should know that you came home, you came to the market with a little fault within you, and you can't be saying the crayfish woman offend me, the plantain woman offend me. You quarrel the whole sellers in the market. Now we are very much aware that it's in the public domain how corrected today that is being seen as a precedent, kind of. You can see opposition parties complaining in Imo State, Kogi State, and then Bayelsa, that the outrageous levy kind of upon using a public facility, it seems like it's an indirect way of depriving them the opportunity to be visible to the electorate. So to me, I think on that ground, maybe the EU might have a point. But like I said earlier on, I don't believe in the blame. We have kept ourselves in the position whereby we have subjected, like Dr. Sage said, we ran to Chatham House, we collected money, even though they claim that they don't. We have subjected ourselves in every form. Even the opposition parties that are complaining today, you always hear them say one thing.
We invited them.
We are calling on the international community, please come and help us. Every little problem, we will not be calling any agency within the country. Oh, we call on the international community, please. And now they are here. They are telling you what they assessed and their findings, and you are complaining. To me, I think they have done the rightful thing. But he also made one thing which the EU ambassador made one statement which I love. They come and assess, have a position, and then recommend. Of course, that's the best they can do, but they can't go further than that. So if their recommendation have gone beyond your expectation, then it is those who carry it, being their agencies.
Professor Warner.
Kelly, the democratic process, starts even at the point where people are allowed freely to be part of the gubernatorial process, where they need to buy forms, up to the point where the final electoral results have been released. I say this because, you can't place something or nothing, and you expect that thing to stand. So if you have a process, I want to believe that the EU observers did not just come during the election. They must have been also be monitoring right from the point of campaign, collecting
primaries.
forms. Exactly. So the totality of that also gave them that impression. Of course, the moment you don't get it right at the level of internal democracy, of course, what do you expect? And so I think that through that process, it means that they have not been satisfied with what has been going on out to the point where we had the elections. And again, you cannot also, people used to say you go inside the bush and you cut something in a tree and you come out the road and say, who did that, who cut that? Laws are made to guide, the excesses of man, those and malicious tendencies. We love the laws, but what kind of law is the question? If you make draconian laws that can exclude rather than bring people together to participate in the political process, allow stakeholders the opportunity and freedom to participate, then you cannot also begin to justify the fact that whatever report external body has given is not justifiable.
All right.
I mean, how can you do that?
All right.
When in the first instance you started that faulty process.
Okay.
So I think that the totality of the process is what actually the external observers also looked at in giving their report.
Kelly, the EU report was correct. At least if it's 100%, it was 98% correct.
You don't see that as interference?
No, I don't see it. Kelly, I'm in my house. You invited me. Please come to my house and do this thing. And I came. Or even I requested. I said, I want to be part of this thing you want to do. He said, come, very well, come. Am I going to be a stooge to you?
Maybe they should have just kept their observation to themselves.
But once I finish, I tell you, no, you didn't do well yet. No, in fact, you shouldn't have. We are a sovereign nation. Didn't you know that you were a sovereign nation? You said I should come. Again, the angle of the law, the ambassador saying that there was no freedom in the last election. Is he living? Maybe is he alone in this River State? Is it not the truth? Even the former governor that is challenging that, doesn't he know that is the truth? Kelly, a lot of friends I have, I said up to 10 of them that were what do they call the head of I think EO
observers.
No, the people that in the polling unit, the electoral officers,
presiding officers.
They called me and said, "Okay, you media people should be here. What kind of thing are we seeing?" As they started, a certain party was winning, and at a point in time, they came and drove them out. I said, "Nah, I'm not there. That you can now see why I don't participate in all these things." Kelly, there were no freedom. And again, those laws that came out and said, you pay, was it 25 million or 5 million? I can't remember. Non-refundable. They'll take it and put in their kitty. And then, if you didn't even get opportunity to get it, well, you pay that money, it won't be given back to you. So, the EU report was very correct. Kelly, if I assess you, I will tell you where you went well and where you didn't.
All right. Doctor.
Well, Kelly, something that bothers me is that Nigeria has turned a very dangerous bend. That bend is the bend where students, a lecturer, the professor, he set an exam for students. A student writes and he said, this one deserves 80, this is 70, this is 40. But objective marking scripts that everybody knows. The student who earned 40 says, who gave you the right? I deserve 100. And you gave me, what? Who told you can do that? And Nigerians say, that man is right. And then the person was 60. So that we are going to the point where we don't want to believe in objectivity anymore. So that's the dangerous situation. I have the EU report. I downloaded it. I have the bound copy. It's frightening that Nigerians will say EU is wrong simply because they said this is what you did. I read that report and I was in Abuja, and as I read it, I've written about River State. It's exactly what happened in River State, and I'm sure that what happened in the other state they reported. EU people have nothing against you. The only reason why Minister Wike is not happy is that, look, Rivers State was a corporate state. We can't continue like this. You see, you want to play in international. They were rejoicing that president went to the address United Nations hunger. Yet, when you're a member of United Nations, they want to say this is what we saw. This is the standard. The reason why the governors and all that are abroad every day is because elections are fairly held. Where they want to spend their children are there. Why they want to stay there and show us picture when their children graduate. It's because things are properly done. And the foundation of things being properly done is because people respect rules.
All right.
And people respect objective standards. You don't fail and say that they should give you pass. But in Nigeria, we are going to that point now where the person who fails, who are you to say I failed the exam? He didn't say the exam. He's asking the lecturer. Who gave you the right to say that I failed the exam? And Nigerians are going to clap for him. So that's where we have gotten into. And I feel for the EU, who, the white people, I commend them all because that they have not given up hope on us when we have given up hope on ourselves. I thank them for their patience.
Wow.
Because this nation. No.
All right.
Tomorrow they will still come again, and after what they saw in 2003, the 2007 will still come and do the same thing.
We have to close. Let me say first thank you to Amy Faiga, political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer. Thank you for being here, sir.
I appreciate. Thank you, Nigerians, for being there.
Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner and public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you for my beautiful country.
Associate Professor Emmanuel Warner, lecturer, Department of Political Science, University of Port Harcourt. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Kenny.
Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., public affairs analyst, chairman, NDNAF, River State chapter, and a voice for Ngeni Kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerian.
And that's our show. Kelly Kemanjima is my name. Thank you all for being part of the conversation. We're here tomorrow, God willing, for midweek edition of Today's Quest. The world news at noon on The Voice of the People, 95.1 minutes from now. Have yourselves a great day. Good morning.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
It's Kelpie Vibes.
They wanna tell you. Another story. Since 1960, then they play us why yeah, we go they cry forevermore. You dey penny me gaga, you dey penny me gaga, you dey penny me gaga, you dey penny you gaga. Well, you dey penny me gaga, you dey penny me gaga, you dey penny you gaga, you dey penny me gaga, gaga. They want make we all enter one corner shape you. Cause it be lied and they tell me since I was a baby. All the time they go promise and fail you. It don't day with the slim then they shade you. They wanna tell you. Another story. Since 1960 then they play us why
Which kind of country be this? Charlie, I come. Sometimes I put they move away, maybe a month, more or less, more yawa. Less people power. Same shit, Ghana, Niger, Mantaya. Stuck in traffic, I they hate delay. Big man get the motorcade. Big Benz and the Escalade. Hustle just the escalate. But March 6 we go celebrate. Every year be the same cock and book. Propaganda you they push, no they poop. You they pain, people tired for this matter. Every day for teeth man, one day for massa. If you need fear, mean to me if you move. I'm gonna say you need a timo. Ashimi. It's mean to me if you move.
They wanna tell you. Another story. Since 1960, then they play us why yeah, we go they cry forevermore. You dey penny me gaga, you dey penny me gaga, you dey penny me gaga, you dey penny you gaga. Well, you dey penny me gaga, you dey penny me gaga.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, and the headlines: Court disqualifies APC's Timipra Silva ahead of Bielsa governorship election. Environmental activist gives reasons for continued agitation over pipeline surveillance contract. On the foreign scene, Liberians commence election to vote in new president. I am Lucky Maxwell. Thanks for joining us on the news. The Federal High Court in Abuja has disqualified the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Timipra Silva, from contesting the November 11 election in Bielsa State. The ruling was delivered yesterday by Justice Donathus Okorowo. Okorowo ruled that Silva, having been sworn in twice and ruled for 5 years as governor of the state, would breach the 1999 constitution as amended if allowed to contest again. The judge stated that Silva was not qualified to run in the forthcoming November election because he would have spent more than 8 years in office as governor of the state if he wins and is sworn in. While citing the case of Marwa versus Nyako at the Supreme Court, Okorowo maintained that the drafters of the Constitution stated that nobody should be voted as governor more than 2 times and that the parties to the suit agreed that Silva was voted into office 2 times. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has slammed the European Union over its report on the 2023 Nigerian presidential election. Wike said the report failed to give the true position of the last election held in the country, but created a wrong impression in the minds of the electorate, especially in Rivers State. Wike expressed his dissatisfaction when EU Ambassador to Nigeria, Samuela Isopi, paid him a working visit in his office. The minister said the EU was supposed to serve as an observer during the last election and not to present a report that will not give the true picture of Nigerian democracy. European Union Election Observation Mission, through Chief Observer Barry Andres, had in June presented its final report on the last Nigerian general elections and highlighted 6 priority areas with recommendations. Wike, however, said Nigerian laws cannot be the same as those of the European Union because they have different environments. The special advisor on media to Atiku Abubakar, the presidential election candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 election, Paul Ibe, has accused President Bola Tinubu's government of further increasing the sufferings of Nigerians. Ibe, who made the allegation in a telephone interview yesterday on Today FM's Talk That Talk, said the deposition by Chicago State University on Tinubu's certificate and the scandal surrounding the academic records of the president shows he's lying about his academic records.
I've seen the worst, a rising state of insecurity. So, things to write home about. Indices in the economy, prices are galloping and every day. Exchange rate is about 1,000 naira, and there is no chance of stemming the runaway exchange rate. Bola Tinubu, in 1999, while filling his form CF001, he lied about schools that he attended, including his primary school. Or St. John's Primary School in Aroloya in Lagos, Government College Ibadan, and Chicago State University that he claimed to have attended. He never did. How can a man claim that he attended the schools that he didn't attend? That's perjury.
He further stressed that his principal, Abubakar, expected the judiciary to give justice rather than was giving a judgment. Ibe advised the judiciary to live up to their responsibility and not be biased in favor of the government, pointing out that the judiciary is supposed to be independent as they are the last hope of the common man.
We respect the decision of the court. We had expected that justice would be rendered. What we got was not justice, it was a judgment, which is different from justice. We should by now be moved away from rendering judgments of substantial distance than focusing on technicalities. So it was long in technicalities and it was short in substantial judgment. It's also about ensuring that the judiciary, which is supposed to be the last hope of the common man, in such a way that it will live up to that responsibility. The judiciary is expected to be independent. Supreme Court is the apex court in the land. And our hope is that the Supreme Court, Justice of the Supreme Court, will use this opportunity to redeem themselves and to see clearly the big picture.
An environmental activist fan-faced Dumna Menes as a reason for the continued agitation by communities in River State over the pipeline surveillance contract is because the bunkers who were the target for the job have been sidelined. Dumna Mene, who spoke in an interview with Today FMC Funanya Obemenduke in reaction to the protest that has rocked Rumekpe community in the past week, said a greater percentage of the surveillance contract was given to youth who were not involved in illegal refining activities. The executive director of Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center added that the pushback against the illegal refining of crude has left the youth involved in the act stranded, noting that the surveillance job, which was to serve as an alternative livelihood for them, is not forthcoming, hence the continued agitation.
The reason for the continuous agitation is the contracts being managed by some former militants in the Niger Delta were meant to be used to address the issue of crude oil theft, artisanal refining and pipeline vandalism by giving the jobs to those who were part of that process as alternative livelihood opportunities, while government is still working at other mitigation measures. But now when they got these jobs now, they gave greater percentage to other youths who were not involved in the act. As a result of that, the youths that were involved in the act are still continually carrying out the act. So the agitation you see in communities is that there is now a strengthened security process, bombing by the security men, Tantita security is also pushing, and community leaders are also against those involved in this. So as a result of that, there is a total reduction in artisanal refinery activities, and these boys are now looking elsewhere. Where else should they look into? They now started looking into the pipeline security surveillance contract as where they ought to have been getting some stipends from. But when it is not forthcoming, you begin to see agitation.
Dumna Mene said the surveillance job was introduced to serve as a kind of amnesty for persons who are involved in artisanal refining of crude oil to end the menace in the Niger Delta.
The pipeline surveillance contract was meant to be some form of amnesty for youth who are involved in this. But because it is not properly applied, you now have the people that are supposed to be beneficiaries not being beneficiaries. This is where the amnesty, like pipeline surveillance contract that gives them stipends to protect the pipeline, comes in. And then you have the other proposals we make, like, trying to give them modular refinery to do this and trying to look at the Presidential Artisanal Crude Oil Refining Development Initiative, the PACO, they come in. So government have to line up some of these processes to address these issues in communities. Without that, I don't think they are really going to be able to win the war against pipeline vandalism in communities. It has reduced, but it has not really gone down as expected. You give the yam to the goats to protect, so that when the goats eat the yam, you know who have actually eaten the yam. That was the target of the pipeline surveillance jobs to agitators in the Niger Delta. It's not a way of encouraging bad behavior, but to address the issue of pipeline vandalism.
There have been protests in Rumekpe community which lasted for 3 weeks before the Nigerian army dispersed them last week. The people are calling on the federal government to give the pipeline surveillance contract to members of host communities. Meanwhile, the people of Iba in Emoha local government area of River State have insisted that awarding pipeline surveillance contract to an indigene of the community will bring to an end activities of illegal oil refining in the area. The people of Iba, under the aegis of Ovoha Concerned People's Assembly, spoke in support to the call by Emoha Council Chairman Chidi Lloyd on government agency responsible for the award of pipeline surveillance contract to review the process and ensure that pipeline security jobs are awarded to members of the pipeline burying communities rather than to people from outside. A member of the group who read out the opposition called on the multinational operating in the area to consider indigenes of pipeline-bearing communities over politicians so as to forestall the reoccurrence of tragedy that claimed several lives. They also questioned why someone from IBA cannot be made the contractor for pipeline surveillance or given scholarships like other oil-rich communities, while complaining of neglect and marginalization in the areas of infrastructural development, human capacity building, and other basic social amenities.
Our view gets towards 1. Awarding oil pipeline contract to IBA town to indigenous contractors. Are you comfortable that a stranger who does not know the route through IBA forest is awarded the pipeline surveillance contract with so much financial empowerment in our land while we remain hungry? The stranger only shows up gallivanting himself and whisk away to develop his community with the money gotten from IBA, leaving IBA still undeveloped, not minding what the IBA community will likely suffer and the effect that the government frowns at. Why can't IBA indigene man the SPDC manifold in IBA? Why can't IBA sons and daughters attain SPDC scholarship? Why is the IBA man not employable by SPDC? Why is SPDC under the guise of the government subverting our rights and using the military soldiers to intimidate process?
The aggrieved IBA group stressed the negative impacts of unemployment on the people, insisting that awarding the surveillance contract to an indigent from the community will reduce crime. It would interest you to know that over 30 persons lost their lives in a fire outbreak on the site of illegally refined oil product, which several individuals and authorities are blamed on indiscriminate awarding a pipeline surveillance contract. In another development, a group of persons are preferring ways of sustaining the peace and security currently being experienced in IBA. Reports available reveal that for over a decade, IBA had suffered cult violence and other forms of insecurity, which resulted to the loss of lives and property in the area. But the head college of administration of IBA Connect, Dr. Bigman Nwabweze, who spoke to Today FM after a forum in Port Harcourt, disclosed plans to use a program called IBA Connect to address issues that have affected the community and to sensitize the people on the need to remain peaceful and sustain the existing peace in the area. Nwabweze also revealed plans to facilitate amnesty for joining IBA sons and daughters for the sake of peace and development.
The essence is to see how we can deepen peace in the community. And we want to seize the opportunity to invite our brothers and sisters all over the world, our kids and kin. All hands has to be on deck. We want them back home so that we can begin to build and sustain the existing peace that the community is currently experiencing. It's just a clarion call, it's an appeal that wherever they are, especially sons and daughters of our community, unfortunately as it is, we lost a lot of people, which ordinarily ought not to be. But the carnival will also be an opportunity for us to talk to ourselves, advise ourselves, and see how we can begin to order ourselves in the right direction.
On their part, Dr. Azubike Oke, who is the chairman of IBA Peace Walk, and the alternate chairman, Osobi Mwejia, said the event is aimed at charging every son and daughter of IBA that the responsibility of enthroning lasting peace and security in the area is everyone's business. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. Members of local vigilante in Ikore local government area of River State have said they are not ready to sleep over activities of criminals and cultists across communities in the area. The chief security officer of the local government area, Dixon Ngbomahu, who was responding to issues of security in the area, said cultism and other related crimes have been reduced to a barest minimum. Ngbomahu, who also disclosed that stipends for the local vigilante has not been regular, however, assured that the security in Ikore communities cannot be compromised. He urged the residents to support the security by giving useful information for the interests of sustaining the peace.
We don't sleep over those hoodlums. We're after them anywhere we got information that they are. We will make sure that we go there and chase them out. So you couldn't come in the school and camp. Nothing is going. No, the challenge that we're having now is just those criminal enhancements. The challenge we're having now over they are taking their cow to those farmers' farm to where they are rearing their cow to damage their crops. So and we are into the matter. But we know that we cannot get it 100%. But by grace of God, you couldn't come in the school and camp. We cannot record anything like courtesan or kidnapping any longer in the local government. The chairman have been trying before this time for their logistics, but within 6 or 5 months ago, based on the way the country is now, for Ospark side, nothing have been happening. But I know the chairman that I'm following. Short period and still do something.
The International Monetary Fund has downgraded Nigeria's economic growth by 0.3 percentage points to 2.9% for 2023 following weaker oil and gas production. The IMF disclosed this in its new World Economic Outlook for October themed Navigating Global Divergences released today. Early in July, the lender projected that Nigeria's economy would grow by 3.2% in 2023. Then it predicted that growth in the country would be impacted by security issues in the oil sector. Commenting on its new prediction for the country, the Washington-based lender said growth in Nigeria is projected to decline from 3.3% in 2022 to 2.9% in 2023 and 3.1% in 2024, with negative effects of high inflation on consumption taking hold. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria's GDP grew by 2.51% in the second quarter of 2023. On the foreign scene, Liberians are voting in a fiercely contested presidential election, with former football star George Weah making a bid for a second term. His main challenger is former Deputy President Joseph Boakai. Boakai has waged his campaign under the slogan Rescue, arguing that the West African state went downhill during Weah's first 6 years in office. But Weah is confident of victory, saying that he has kept Liberia stable and has improved education. This will be the first time that a generation of young voters born in peacetime Liberia would vote for a president. A brutal civil war which killed an estimated 250,000 people ended 2 decades ago. Elsewhere, San Francisco police have shot and killed a man who crashed his car into the Chinese consulate yesterday. A police statement said the unidentified man was shot after officers arrived at the scene. Footage online showed a blue Honda car in the lobby and dozens of people fleeing the consulate building. A consulate statement condemned the incident, adding that it posed a serious threat to the safety of its staff and other people at the scene. No injuries have been reported from outside the consulate. In sport, Nigeria, South Africa and Morocco will be placed in the same group when the Africa Cup of Nations draw is made in the Ivory Coast on Thursday. The 6 top seeds include Morocco, who created history at the 2022 World Cup in Qatar by becoming the first semi-finalist from Africa. Nigeria is among the 2nd seeds, while South Africa has had to settle for a place among the 3rd seeds for the draw in Abidjan, the Ivorian economic capital. Nigeria, 3-time winners of the Premier African Football Competition and former champion South Africa, were unlucky not to be seeded higher. The Super Eagles lie 6th in the continental rankings and ordinarily would have been a top seed, avoiding Morocco, title holders Senegal, Tunisia, Algeria and Egypt in the group stage. So in the news, as a summary of the major stories. A federal high court in Abuja has disqualified the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Timipra Silva, ahead of the November 11 election in Bayelsa State. You heard that an environmental activist has given reasons for the continued agitation by indigents of oil host communities in River State over the issues of pipeline surveillance contract. You heard that Liberians have commenced election to vote in a new president. Ifunanya Obeme Nduku edited the news. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-3892-850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Good afternoon. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. Mona wake me. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, e dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe na offense.
Well, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. you hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. They hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message given now. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Hello, Rivers and Niger Delta. We bring you greetings from the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, established under the Nigeria Oil and Gas Industry Content Development, NOGIC Act 2010. NCDMB is to promote more Nigerian participants in the oil and gas sector and to carry out targeted capacity building interventions, issue certificate of authorization, monitor Nigerian content, bring oil...